Hello, it's Keith Keller in Melbourne, Australia. And we have got this amazing show today. Why good CX is great for business. And I've got a very good friend of mine calling in from Brazil, originally from Miami, just having a bit of a chat, bit of a rest in Brazil, and just traveling the world, working, doing a thing. We'll talk about that in a minute. We're going to talk about a couple of really important things. What is good CX? How do we define it? It's not simply just ringing up because something broke down. It's a whole process, right? It's a really exciting topic. Uh, we're going to talk about good CX and why it is great for business and why we really should be incorporating this. We also are going to ask how we can measure CX. How do we measure it? Now, these shows go for hours and hours and hours. Yesterday's show went for 4 hours. Can you believe it? I don't believe it myself. It had 500 replays, 120 people on the call live, 120 comments, but 500 replays. So this is a thumping format, and I'll tell you about it in a minute. If you've got any questions, please put them in the chat, because we had 120 comments, lots of great questions yesterday. We aim every week to go for 100 comments per show. Yesterday we had 120. I'm just working you through some of the main things before I get to the topic, because a lot of people watch the replay, but they only watch the first 5 minutes. And I'm just going to give you a bit of a teaser as to what we're going to talk about today. We're going to stream it to LinkedIn and YouTube today. And the reason why I spend so much time focusing on LinkedIn is there is 1 billion users. And just have a look at where you are in the world, and tell me where you are in the world. And that'll be one of the ways we can get to our 100 comments. And tell us where you are, and look at how many people live in your area that are on LinkedIn. 15 million Aussies, 81 million Brazilians. Can you believe it? Unbelievable. And so this is why I'm focusing so heavily on LinkedIn for this process. I also send it to YouTube as a backup, but I get about 6 views there. It's really a bit of a waste of time. The other thing we're going to talk a lot about is, I know that you don't want to watch the whole 4 hours. I know that. So I have created small snippets of 5 minutes. I'm going to tell you about how I did that a bit later in the show. If you go to soundcloud.com/Keith Keller, there are 280 snippets of these little bits and pieces of us talking about this stuff, right? They only go 5 minutes. Just grab one on the run. I know this is the life we live now. As you may know, my show is always about what's coming. I'm a futurist. What's next? How and when and where and how and what? We're going to talk a lot about that. And also, as you may know, I do a couple of shows a week, and a lot of people are having trouble working out where that is. So I created a website, whereiskeithtoday.com. Can you believe it? I think that's the coolest URL I've ever heard of in my whole life, but I'm biased because my name's in it. And so whereiskeithtoday.com will tell you all about the upcoming shows. And that successfully takes care of the first 4 minutes, which is about the average time that people listen. So now we're going to get to the juice. This is why you would stick around. Just stick around as long as you can, because we're going to have a lot of really good fun for the next hour or so. So, Cami, tell me what is CX? Why is it so important? It's much more than just ringing up when stuff breaks, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And first of all, thank you very much for having me in your show. I know that you and I have been chatting for a while now, and it's such a pleasure to be here and share what I know and how I see CX. And to answer your question it's the ecosystem of any business, regardless if you are a solopreneur or if you are a multi-million company. This is how you connect with your clients. I know that this may sound like a generic answer, but that's what it is. And unfortunately, people think that CX is just the support part of the business, but I can tell you, it's a completely wrong concept.
I love it. And look, just a very, very simple example. Cami said, "Oh, look, can you add me as a speaker?" I said, "Yep, I can do that." And I tried to add Cami as a speaker on LinkedIn, and it came up with a big red warning. This has not worked. This is not working. Please try again. And I'm thinking, hang on, all I want to do is add a person that's coming to the show. That's it. That's all I want to do. Very simple. Should just work. Click and go. Right. A lot of people complain about this. So the CX of a LinkedIn audio event, it's not actually that good. And this is exactly
Yeah.
what we're talking about. So we're going
Yeah.
to talk about what makes good CX. What is it? How do you do it? Let's tell
Yeah.
us that what is it? What is good CX?
It's a frictionless experience to start with. We are not saying that we are not going to have a problem. That's almost impossible, right? So problems arise absolutely every day. But how you deal with this problem, like what you just mentioned. So you host this show, if I'm not mistaken, every week, and that you have speakers from all over the world. It shouldn't be that challenging or difficult for you to add a last minute speaker because
Yeah,
this is what the platform is about.
yeah,
So the fact that you are having this issue or this challenge makes your experience subpar. So first of all, it's a frictionless experience. Second is to connect with your customer needs. So how can your solution, being it a product or a service, the best for your clients to succeed? It's not about you, but about your client. How do you make his or her life better?
I love it. I love it. And let's play this out because this has happened to me a few times. This is a live show, and it's called what why good CX is great for business. But about 15 to 20 minutes before the show, you said, "Look, I've noticed you haven't added me as a speaker. That's not hard to do. Can you just do that, and I'll send it to my people? You've got
Yeah,
5,000 followers, right?" So I said,
yeah.
"Yeah, look, that shouldn't be too hard. It should take me about 10 seconds." And I tried it. Didn't work. Right? Now, what
Yeah.
that meant was, as you said, this experience is now subpar. It could be better. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. But what I'm really interested in is if you get this right, if you get CX right, why is it so great for business?
Because it's the backbone of business growth. And let me give you a real example. Whenever you go to simple things, right? You go to a restaurant. I know that you travel all over the world, but whenever you have a good experience, being in a restaurant or in a hotel or whatever you go, what is the next thing that you do?
When I go to a hotel, when I go to a restaurant,
Once you get a good experience to a place, like it can be a restaurant, it can be with a company, it can be at a hotel, but let's just suppose that last time that we spoke, if I'm not mistaken, you were in Japan.
yeah,
And let's just assume that you went there and you went to visit the restaurant and you have such an amazing experience in that restaurant, which went beyond good food. What
yeah.
would you do next?
Well, you tell your friends, wouldn't you? You tell
That's
everyone
why
you know.
it's the Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. That's why a good CX is the backbone for business growth. Because satisfied customers refer your business.
yeah.
That's
And
why.
it's very look. It's a great example. I did go to Japan in May,
Most of
and
the business
someone will say they will, mate. I'm going to Tokyo.
after new
Any
clients,
ideas? Yeah,
right?
they're gonna say it. We went to Japan and mate, we're
Yeah.
going in September. Any ideas? Oh man, there is this restaurant near the temple. Like it's really easy to find. The food there's going to blow your head off. Go there at about say 8 o'clock in the in the afternoon and sort of or night, and you're just going to remember those experiences. And people, this is the most important thing. People trust people. If you've been there and you liked it, I'll
Yes.
go. I trust you. I've got nothing
Yes.
else to do, and I'm not just going to look some random referral on the internet.
Yes. And I'm
This
gonna I'm
one-on-one
gonna
people thing.
share.
Yeah,
Yeah, and since I'm in Brazil, so let me share something with you that is gonna blow your mind. Here in Brazil, people need about 2 to 3 referrals to make a buying decision or purchase decision. While in Europe, it varies from 12 to 14. So look at the power of referrals here in Brazil. And that's the thing that people do not realize. So companies invest or overinvest in sales and training the salespeople, set them goals to bring new clients, which is totally fair. But they forget such a big and strong asset that they already have in-house, which is their current clients. And moreover, sometimes what I see companies doing very wrongly is to prioritize new customers instead of the existing ones.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Not Yes, it's not unusual that you have promotions for new customers that do not are not extended to existing ones. And this is such a big mistake, right? Because you're going to add new customers, but at some point in time, your competitor is going to do something similar and they're going to go because you're not treating your current customers well.
Oh, geez, I love this. I love this discussion because I've been to a cafe. This has happened to me because I'm really into restaurants and cafes. And I remember there was a cafe. We lived near the beach, and I went to this cafe every week for 2 years. Like this, it was
Wow.
just our routine. Friday night, Carol, my wife, would come home. She goes, "Look, I'm really tired. I don't want to have breakfast at home. Can we just go down to the beach, have a coffee and a sandwich, and watch the dolphins, and we'll just have a chat about the week." Right? This is a very good example of CX. Not so. We went every Saturday for 2 years, and so the second week, oh mate, you're back again. What did you have again?
Oh my
Seventh week,
goodness.
mate. You come every week. What do you have again?
No,
18th week,
no.
mate. I said, come on, we come every week. It's not that hard. A soy
No,
latte and a toasted cheese sandwich. How hard can that be? You want me to write it down?
absolutely.
I mean, I
Yeah.
got really
And
angry.
this is another big mistake, right? Because treating customers as a number and not as a person. And if we want to step into hot topics, artificial intelligence will definitely help with personalization because people like to be treated as individuals, as unique individuals. And whenever companies do not do it, you feel underappreciated. Like in this example you were just sharing with me,
Yeah.
how can how in how the heck can you go to a place for 7 consecutive weeks and the place or the restaurant or the cafe does not know what are your preferences?
It's astonishing, isn't it? Like it's
No,
unbelievable. Right. So
it's
the
infuriating to say the least.
infuriating. Like our local cafe, which I love, and this is a very good example to talk about a product that I love and I use every day called Open Table. I don't know if you've heard of it. Have you heard of Open Table?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah. So Open Table is an app that allows you to book your favorite cafe without having to ring them and go, "Hey, you got any room? We're just going to zip in for some lunch. Can we get a table? Yeah, mate, just come in. We're not busy." But you got to ring them, right? And they're busy. And it takes you like 15 minutes to get through because they're busy making coffees and serving people. So Open Table is my favorite site on the internet. I look at my cafe. I says, okay, I want to go about say 45 minutes from now because it's a 15-minute walk. So let's go for quarter to 11 a.m. It's about 10 o'clock now. Let's go for quarter to 11. You log in, you put your number there. Can we have table 24? You know, the one by the window. We like it there because there's a really cool heater, and we know our spot. Can we have our spot? Our spot, right? This is the customer service experience 101. Yeah, we know your spot. You always have table 24. Yeah, well, I go every week. They know me. We worked out we spent $3,000 at the local cafe this year in the last 12 months.
Wow.
Because we're getting like Carol goes there for a coffee, that's $5. We go for breakfast every week, that's $60. $3,000 we spend at the cafe because it's our quality time. This is by the way, a different cafe to the guy that couldn't remember my name. And
Oh my goodness.
this is Open Table. Yes, booking confirmed, favorite table, come when you're ready. And they get there and they go, there it is, little reserve sign, almost like a Keith sticker. That's your table, Keith. That's your table. We know. That's what you want. That's customer service. That's customer experience, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, you go there absolutely every week. And again, I think that we are living in a world that is so connected. I think that we've never had so many ways of being connected, but at the same time, we are so disconnected because it seems that we forgot how to truly connect with people. I was kind of giving a speech the other day to leaders at a company here in Brazil and say, hey, when was the last time that you truly connected with your employee? Like you sat down, you looked in his or her eyes, and you felt her or his pain. Because one thing is kind of checking the box for a feedback session. The other thing is to truly connect with someone. I think that we are losing that ability because we are in a world that we can reach out to people from all over the place, but we are forgetting what is the power and what is the meaning of just sitting down in a cafe and having a present conversation without phones, without distractions, and just kind of a pure and valuable exchange.
It's very, very important. Just in case people don't know what place cafes hold in Australian society, like they are fundamental to Australian society. People say, mate, why are you spending $24 on smashed avocado on toast when you can make it for about $3? That's a good question. It's a bloody good question.
Because you're not paying for the product, you are paying for the experience.
And I said that. I said, look, when I cook, I do the I am probably the world's best husband at breakfast. Like that's my power. That's my superpower. My superpower is making breakfast. So I make breakfast on Sunday. This is a very good example. And the ingredient list might cost a total of $5. Right, the ingredients. But
Mm-hmm.
while I'm making the breakfast, my wife's on the phone checking the news. Right. So we're not talking. She's sitting there reading the phone because she's just got up and she wants to see what's going on. I then put the breakfast down. She puts her phone down, eats breakfast. We're not talking. I put the dishes away, put the washing machine on, the dishwasher on. We're
Mm-hmm.
not talking. But when we go to a cafe, well, there's no distractions. They do the cooking. They do the dishes. We are just there to be with each other together, which is what you're paying for. That's what you're actually paying for. You're paying for this comfy seat under a nice heater with a funky music playing and this absolute quality time bubble. And we honor that. Like that's what we're paying for. We know that. We walk there, we have a chat. How was your week? Good. What's going on? Oh, well, I'm thinking about doing this. Oh, that's good. What do we do? And it's time together. Right? This is why cafes in Australia are like at the pinnacle of their success right now. Cafes are
Yeah.
central to Australian culture
Yeah.
because they are quality time together. They do the cooking, they do the dishes, and in between, you get to talk. Right?
Absolutely.
When,
With a nice environment, with a good service, where you don't need to think about anything else but engage with the person in front of you.
exactly. And when it comes to dinner, I don't know if anyone else has this problem because this is quite funny. My wife loves cooking, but she hates talking when she's cooking. So she's cooking and she's cooking up like she's such a good cook, such a chef style cook. And I said, hey, don't talk to me. I'm focusing on the chopping these onions. Don't talk to me. Get out of the kitchen. Ah! Get out of the kitchen. Like she's going to hit me with she's going to hit me or throw a knife at me. I said, look, don't talk to me. I'm concentrating on roasting these beetroots. It's a task. What do you want me to do now? Just do anything else. Go and do anything. Just go away. I said, well, hang on. This is like the antithesis of what I just said. Rather than it being a quality time together, it's a task that she enjoys, but it's a very solo effort for her to the point where it actually creates some angst for her and me. But when you go to a restaurant, there's nothing to do. We're sitting there and you get to reconnect. This is actually what you're paying for. You're not paying for the food. I know this because Carol's such a good cook that when we go out to eat, we always compare it to what she could have done anyway. And often
Oh
she
my
can cook
goodness.
better. Right? It's a great
The
thing
bar
to
is
have.
high for you
The
guys.
bar is very high. Oh, look, we could have done this. We could. I said this last night. This is actually better than the restaurant we went to last Friday. Oh, thank you, honey. That was really nice. Didn't take me very long, and I love doing it. Well, it's so yummy, so yummy. So then you got to ask yourself, what are you paying for? You're paying for the experience.
Yes,
It's such an
absolutely.
important conversation, isn't it?
Oh, that's what I do for a living. I am completely passionate about a customer experience. and how to use customer experience. Let me rephrase it. How to make a better world through a better customer experience.
Mm.
Because at the end of the day, we are all customers of each other, Keith, no matter what we do. So now I'm your customer on your show, and you are a customer of me on this conversation. So I have two options, right? At least two options. I could be here with you, fully connected, or I could be doing something else. But the fact that I'm here is because I want to be here. So I, in my mind, the best I can do is offer you and your audience the best experience possible. If we all wake up with this mindset every day, I assure you, we're going to be in a better world.
Yeah, look, it's just the world I want to live in. And
Yeah, me too.
we've got really good comments, and I really love this because we're trying to get to 100 comments on the show. That's just a little goal we set. But look,
Okay.
as an example of customer service or customer experience, because as I said, the bar's pretty high. So some friends of mine last week said, "Oh, let's go to this Japanese place, this new Japanese place in Brighton, which is about 20
Mm-hmm.
minutes from my house. There's a pub across the road, and we'll just make a night of it." Yep, no worries, I'll book it. So I went online. Can we have a table for four Saturday night, four people? I got an email. We've got your request. We'll get back to you shortly. This is the Thursday at 8 p.m. Say actually no, it was Sunday at 8 p.m. because it was for the following Saturday. They've got a whole week to do this. On Monday morning, I got this email from the provider. Look, we haven't heard back from the restaurant yet. Do you want to call them? I rang them. He says, "Oh, mate, we don't check our emails. Just ring up." And I said, "Look, lucky your food's good. I mean, lucky your food's good because I've got friends of mine coming. Like my reputation's on the line. I've got a bit of a reputation as a foodie, and my reputation's on the line. And wouldn't it have been horrible to turn up on Saturday night? This actually has happened. Turn up on Saturday night, says, 'Oh, mate, we don't read our emails.' What do you mean you don't read your emails? You're a marketplace with an online service, and on your website it says book online. Why don't you check it?" Bloody angry, really angry.
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, I got you now, and your food is yummy, and my friends are coming. So, can you put us on a nice table, and can we have a table for four at 7:30?" "Yep, no worries, locked in, guaranteed." Okay, good. But I had to ring up. Right? Not a very good experience.
Absolutely not. And this to me is a great example of companies just checking the box for technology or for services, but not necessarily understanding or connecting with their customers. So don't ever do that. If you open a channel, make sure that you have people available to engage with the request that you are getting. Otherwise, shut it down or don't even open it. Because look,
Oh, what happened there? We lost her. We lost her. Oh, look,
I'm here.
that's
I'm here.
we had a bit of technology.
Oh
Um,
my goodness. Okay, I
so
can I can get back. So I was saying that this is a common mistake. This is a common mistake I see companies making. Can you hear
yeah,
me?
yeah, we can
Okay.
hear you now. Yep, yep.
No, no, because now I see something on the screen. So this is a common mistake companies make. They just check the box for technology or for different communication channels. Now I'm seeing this a lot with artificial intelligence. They just implemented artificial intelligence for the sake of saying they have it, but it does not necessarily solve for their clients. But coming back to your example, you as a client, you rely in that communication channel. So whenever you have a channel open, make sure that you have people to engage with your clients. Otherwise, you either shut it down or you don't even open it. Because it's beyond frustrating that you rely on an information that is public on the website and then you never hear back. And
Yeah,
this
look, I
happens
agree.
absolutely
If you don't
all
want to
over the
do it,
place.
don't offer it. Like if you don't want to do it,
Yeah,
don't offer it. I've got another
don't
example.
offer.
I love these examples. Like I'm really into customer experience. I'm like I am the quintessential customer. Carol, my wife, hates spending money, just hates shopping, but I love buying things. I love experiencing the world, right? And I
Okay.
and I want to be the customer. I want to be the customer. So there's this is a very good example. There's this new bar opening um, near our house. And we got this little thing where we go out on Friday nights to end the week, have a couple of drinks, go to a restaurant. It's a nice little way to end the week, start the weekend. It's like a little division, a gate. There's
Mm-hmm.
Monday to Friday, and then there's the weekend, and there's this gate Friday night. And there wasn't any facility to Facebook them, which is my favorite format. They had this email. This is a really good story. And I said, mate, I notice you've got schooners, 385 milliliters of beer for $7 on a Friday night. Do you just have beer, or can I get a cider, or do you have other things? I don't like beer, but I want to come to a place. What do you got? And the response was, we have what's on tap.
Oh, wow.
And I said, and I didn't ring him, but I said, mate, you just had an opportunity for a new client there. I went out of my way to write a really lovely email to you. I didn't have to do that. I've asked a question. What do you got? I'm really interested. My wife loves wine. What type of wine do you have? I've got mates of mine that want to come. What do you got on tap? The $7 deal applies to what's on tap on the night.
Yeah. Oh my
I'm never
goodness.
going there. I'm never going there. Like, they've
Of
just
course.
lost me.
You
They had
see?
an opportunity, right?
Oh, absolutely. And you know what, Keith? It costs exactly the same to provide a good or a bad CX,
Yeah.
because you already have the person, you already have the resources, but the how is what matters. That's exactly what I said before. We will all face problems. That's a given, right? So we are not free from problems, but how you deal with the problems, how you engage with your clients. If you are in the front line, and if you're just reading scripts, you're not engaging with your clients.
Yeah.
You're not trying to feel their pain. And one of the things that drives me nuts, to be honest with you, is also employee experience. So speaking of opening channels that you were not resourced to engage, think about candidates that apply for jobs absolutely every day. They are kind of job hunting, and they never hear back from HR. And then whenever they get hired, the company says, you know what? Now you need to put the customer at the center of your decision maker. You are here at this company X, we are customer driven. How? If you do not even treat your employee with care.
Yeah. And yesterday I used the example of Dyson. I'm just going to say all the words
Yeah.
because this is such a good example, because I want to be that guy that rewards good service. I am that
Yeah.
guy. Right? We do exist. And they have, and Dyson have empowered their employees to act, right? So, because I've got the exact opposite story, which I will tell, but I won't mention the name. So my vacuum cleaner got sort of the filter. I thought we better have a spare filter because we use a filter on the vacuum cleaner and we wash it. We got one spare while the other one's drying out. And we don't have a spare. So I bought a spare, $18 on a $1,000 vacuum cleaner or whatever they cost now. Because the Australian dollar is not that good. So it didn't work, didn't fit. We bought it from them on their website, didn't fit. I rang them and they said, mate, don't worry about it. Don't send it back. I'm sending you 2 replacement filters today. You've got $1,000 vacuum cleaner. I'm not fighting you over $18. Right? And I said, well, you got me for life now. You got me for life. And I'm
Yeah.
telling everyone I know that if you want a vacuum cleaner, get a Dyson. Get a
But
Dyson.
that's exactly what we discussed in the beginning of the show. I said, hey, whenever you have a good experience, what do you do next? You start promoting this for
Yeah.
free. So you have promoted this, I don't know to how many people, because your show is recorded. You have hundreds of people joining yesterday, and I have another 100 of people joining today. And you have already promoted Dyson to hundreds of people.
Yeah.
And it costs them what, $20?
Yep.
That's what good CX can do for your business.
It's a very good story because the opposite story, which happened at a similar time, I'm not going to mention the company, but I bought a microphone and it lasted for one day. over the 12 months, 1 year and 1 day. And I Facebooked him and I said, mate, the mic's not working anymore. Can I get a new cord? What do you think's wrong? Right. And his response was, we are under no obligation to help you because it's out of warranty. I said, well,
Oh my
you are
gosh.
right. You are correct. You win. But guess what? I'm never using your company again. Never. Now, I'm polite enough not to tell people who that is, but if someone rang me and said, what do you think of X? I would tell them, don't.
I'm gonna have to do it because it's the second time that you mentioned this. I'm curious. But yeah, you see, so again, it costs $20 to have it costs $20 to Dyson to having you promoting them for hundreds of people. It costs the exact same $20 for the other company to lose you.
That's right. I'm never using them again. Never. So they've lost
Yeah.
everything that I was going to buy from them. They're like
And
an
I,
Amazon, Australian Amazon competitor. They're
and
like
I'm sure I'm gonna
Australia's.
get lots of messages from people in this call, in
Who
this
is it?
show.
Who are you? Yeah, what happened? What happened? And guess what? This,
Exactly.
this is
Yes.
this is the coolest story.
Absolutely,
Um,
because people don't want to go through bad experiences. If you have already experienced that, so please help me or help me not going through to the same steps. And the opposite is also true. So if you have had a great experience, share this with me because I want to have a great experience as well.
yeah. The I what I did actually is I, another friend of mine has this Five Fine AM8, which is very very good. And I have a Five Fine condenser mic, which I'll get out in a minute. The actual cable to fix this problem cost me $8.99.
Mm-hmm.
It cost me $8.99 of my own money to solve this problem. I gave them that opportunity to solve it. They said no. They've lost me. They've lost every possible because I buy these types of products from them. I now buy them
Mm-hmm.
from Amazon. So every product that I was ever going to buy in the history of my life, maybe 30 years, I'm going to buy from someone else now for the sake
Yeah,
of an $8.99 cable, which they could have sent in the mail the next day. This is exactly what
absolutely.
we're talking about, isn't it?
But Kate, yes, and that's exactly what I was saying about the employee experience. So most likely, just by hearing you, this frontliner, this person that answered back to you, has received a script. This person was not empowered to solve for the clients, but on the opposite, this person was very much limited and restricted to scripts. And I bet you this company has customer experience or customer centricity or customer something else in one of their values. How is that possible?
It would be somewhere in that like I mean it would be somewhere in the charter, and I don't know if this happens anywhere else in the world, but we actually this is a true story. You'll be horrified to hear this story, Camilla. So I rang up with a problem. This is a true story. I've got to premise this with just the fact because it's so overwhelmingly terrible. I rang up and I had a problem with my phone line. I rang up on my mobile, and the exact quote was, "We are so busy. I'm so sorry. Can you call back?"
My goodness.
That's it. We're too busy. We're too busy to take your call. Can you please call back later? Well, when? When are you
No.
not going to be busy? When can I call back? I can't use
Yeah.
my phone, and it's your
Yeah.
phone. When can I call back?
You know what
A
happened to me
shocker.
here in Brazil, which was kind of a funny, not funny, but yeah. Um, when I came down here, I asked it for a quote on how much would it cost me for my mobile carrier, for my American mobile carrier to work here in Brazil, and it was too expensive. So I decided to get a SIM card, a Brazilian SIM card
Mm,
once I
mm.
landed. So I went to the store and say, hey, that's what I need, and so on and so forth. And then I don't know what happened, to be honest with you, but two SIM cards were activated on my account. One was working properly, and the other one I had absolutely no idea because I never signed up for that. I don't know
Oh,
what happened to me. Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
And then I call the company, right? Say, hey, when I received the billing statement, it was like, hey, you are charging me twice. Why is that? How is that, right? Why is that? And said, no, because you have two active lines. Say, no. I only sign up for one. Okay, so what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to call from that number in order to be canceled. And I'm like, my friend, how can I call from a number that is not activated in my account, in my
Yeah.
phone?
Yeah.
I can't. I just can't. Don't make my life miserable. So you were seeing on the billing statement under my tax ID that I have two numbers activated on my account. And I'm telling you that I have never signed up for the second one. How the hell do you want me to call from a number that I don't have activated in my phone? It's impossible. You see? So this is when you company completely disconnect from the reality. You are just reading a script instead of, okay, so let me follow the steps Cami did to see if I can see the problem from her perspective and help her in the best way possible, where people are not treated or they are not kind of trained to be empowered. It's the
Yeah.
other way around. They are trained to be very much limited, and those companies are going to die.
Yeah, they won't survive. Uh,
Not at
and
all.
in the world where I can book online to go to a cafe or have to ring up and that they don't read their emails, and luckily the food's good because it's a long way away. I'm not going back.
Of course
No,
not.
I wouldn't feel confident getting my friends to go because I'm not convinced they're going to take my booking. And it's all about trust, isn't it? It's all about feeling empowered. So, is
Yes.
there a way, and this is a very good question, I'm very fascinated by this. Is there a metric that we can measure good CX? Is there a chart? Is there some sort of tech we can use to see what's working and get a
I would
score?
love to, yeah. I would love to ask this question to the audience and see what kind of answers that we get. If they can type on the chat what kind of a metrics they think we should
Ah,
use to drive to measure
yeah,
CX.
yeah. Okay.
Let's
Let's do
let's
that.
have them.
Well, we've got quite a few live listeners, so we are aiming for 100 comments on the show. So the question is,
Wonderful.
how do you measure good CX? Is it like say a restaurant? There's a couple of things. One is the food has to be nice, but that's only one metric. That the atmosphere has to be good.
Yeah. So remember, this show is about CX as a why good CX is good for business. So here I'm getting some answers: employee satisfaction, customer group feedback. So I'm going to tell you how I like measuring this, which is customer lifetime. And
Ah,
why?
lifetime customer. Yeah, yes, yes, yes.
Absolutely. So if you the longer you stay with that particular business, the more you're going to spend on that business. So whenever you get a feedback, for example, once we talk about feedback, let's suppose you go to a restaurant and say, hey, how was your experience today? Well, you can say good, but it doesn't mean you're going to come back. And that's why I like customer lifetime. Because if your experience is good, I need to make sure that you're going to come back. And customer lifetime translates into revenue. And not only revenue, but lower cost. And why? Because the same client is spending more on my business. So I'm getting some answers here. Tips, higher revenue, return customers, absolutely. Customer retention, yes. That's why I particularly like customer lifetime, because I can see for every single customer, for one, why this particular customer is staying longer than the others and why others are churned.
Hey, now we've got some
Yeah, so
acronyms. Bloody acronyms.
yes,
Client
so America
lifetime
is saying
value.
customer, yes,
Yeah,
customer
client
lifetime
lifetime
value
value
rocks.
versus the National Public Service. I mean,
No,
NPS.
NPS is Net Promoter Score, which was a survey that got very popular 20 years ago, and some companies still use it. And again, I don't think it's wrong, but this shouldn't be your ultimate metric, because the NPS score measures the likelihood of referring your business. But this is likelihood. It doesn't mean you're going to refer. So, and what makes the business sustainably health, financially speaking, is more revenue, more profit. So the fact that you say that you're going to refer, but you don't, doesn't make me more profitable.
Yeah. I love this.
So,
I
and
love
then
this. And I,
Michael is saying, yes, customer interaction, word of mouth business, absolutely. But those things needs to translate into business metrics. And this, to be honest with you, Kate, is one of the mistakes I see CXers making absolutely every day because I had mentor CXers in the past, and now I do this for a living. They do know what needs to be done, but they struggle very much to translate this into the boardroom
yeah, of course.
language.
Yeah.
The
This is a,
boardroom,
yeah.
the boardroom doesn't care about NPS. Let me tell you, they care about revenue. They care about profit because this is what investors are looking for. This is what's going to make them put more or less money in a company. So if you have a good service, if you have a good marketing team, if you have a good whatever sales team, a good experience needs to be translated into boardroom language. And
Yeah.
customer lifetime value is one of them because you can show, you can prove how the experience is actually bringing more revenue and lower costs and less costs, which will in turn be higher profits.
Well, look, I'll give you a really good example of customer lifetime value. This particular mic, which I bought for $58 in 2020 from a company that shall remain nameless, I buy two products every year. I buy myself a birthday present and a Christmas present. I buy myself a present, and it's always tech, and it's always about $100. Now, I reckon I've got about 30 years left. So I'm going to spend with a company $200 or $300 every year for 30 years. That's customer lifetime value. I can tell you for
Absolutely.
sure I'm not going to the company that sold me this product. So they've lost, what is that, $6,000?
No,
Just,
they lost a lot more because if they are a company that is diversifying, you would not only buy this, but other product if you have had a
ah,
good experience.
this is a very good segue into talking about Amazon versus Walmart, because both
Oh,
of
yeah.
those companies are very good examples of a company that started with an original premise and then diversified. Maybe people
Mm-hmm.
are buying their groceries now at Walmart, where they might have originally just bought TVs. Maybe people are buying things from Amazon when they originally just bought books. Can you
Yes,
tell us about the diversity strategy and why CX plays into that?
absolutely. So if we think of CX as the ecosystem of the business, then the more you can solve for your clients, the more protected you're going to be against competitors. Once we compare, and again, I think that Walmart underestimated the power of Amazon as many people or many other companies did in the past. But if you look at what Amazon does today, it's not only a e-commerce anymore. They have cloud, they have pharmacy, they have grocery, they have expanded in a way, they have Alexa, they have expanded in a way that they created an ecosystem that is really hard for anyone to leave. And moreover, people don't want to leave. And why? Because it's convenient.
Oh, the convenience
The-
factor is so enormous, isn't it?
yes, it's an ecosystem of convenience that will make companies succeed in the future. If you are limited to your bubble, I'm sorry to say, most likely another company will expand their solutions to include yours and you're going to die. Look at what happened, and I can tell you because I worked for this company, but look at what happened to Groupon. Groupon was one of the most innovative companies 10, 15 years ago, but the lack of innovation is killing the company.
Yeah. This is
And
a very, very, very important discussion because I personally want to, I really, really want to help my local business. I really do. I don't know what happened
mhm.
there. I'll add a new camera. And is that you cleaning your nails?
I'm sorry?
Is that you cleaning your nails?
No,
Are you scratching something?
maybe my cat.
Ah, there it is. That's how sensitive your mic is. I really, really, really want to. I want to tell this story because it's very important to me. Um, I really want to support local businesses because a lot of local businesses can sort of sort of compete with Amazon. And
Mm-hmm.
for $10, sometimes me personally, I let it go and say, look, it's not about price. Here's a person up the road that's got a gadget, and look, I wouldn't mind one of them. And if they can give it to me for a similar price, I might give it to them because that's a local person that lives in my town. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I do sometimes do this. Price is not the only factor. And I want to tell this story because it really sort of was shocking to me. I bought this camera, this video camera. This is a very, very good product. This is not a story about the product. The product was sold as, you can even see it. This is a very good story, Cam, because I was talking about this yesterday. 4K video, 4K. Look at that. The
Oh my
Zoom
goodness. Yeah.
Q2N. It's a 4K video. So excited. This is back in 2020 when I was experimenting with webcams and doing a live show. And I'll have a whole show on YouTube called betterthanreallifetv.com if you want to go and see that. It's me pretend.
I'm gonna check it.
Because when we were locked down for 2 years, Aussies couldn't leave the house. It was illegal to leave the house. You got a $200 fine if the cops caught you outside. This is a true story. Cops caught you outside, $200 fine. So everyone was living inside for 2 years. So I decided I'm gonna lean into this, and I'm gonna do a web show. And the joke was better than real life. I can't go outside, so I'm just gonna do everything online and see. And it was a really good show. I did everything online for 2 years, and it was a show. It was almost like a live streaming show. Here's me buying my groceries. Here's me buying this, and I'm doing this. It was a very good show because I couldn't leave the house. It was illegal. We had cops everywhere fining people for leaving the house. So when that happened, I decided I'd get a really good quality webcam. And this particular product, which is very good in context, it's about $285, says there right on the packaging, 4K video, right? And I said, okay, well, 4K, that's pretty good. I mean, I probably only need 1080p, but 4K is better than that. I'll get one of them. And I'll juiced up, and I talked to my wife, and it was my birthday present. And I bought myself a nice birthday present. And when I got it home, the webcam was 720p.
Oh gosh.
And I rang them, and I said, "Hang on, mate. It says on your website that this particular product is a 4K video recorder." He says it is, but the webcam's only 720p. He says, "Where does it say that?" He says, "Oh, well, if you look right down the bottom, like if you scroll down to about the 5th page, on the bottom of the bottom, it says fine print, dot, dot, dot. Please be aware that the webcam only runs at 720p." I said,
Oh
"That's not
gosh.
fair. Come on, all of the packaging, all of the promotion, and it even says it on the unit, 4K video recorder." They said, "Well, mate, you bought it, and we're not giving you money back." I said,
Oh
"Really?
my
Really? I
gosh.
mean, are you really saying this?" He says, "Yep, I'm going to fight you." And I said, "Look, I tell you what, you win. You win. I'm not going to fight you on this, but I said it, I'm never going to buy anything from your company ever again. And I'm going to tell everyone I know about what you just did." And I even
Yeah,
rang
and you
consumer.
see, why would you wake up in the morning to make someone else's life miserable like this? Why? That's what I do not understand.
Yeah. No,
So be
to your point,
transparent,
uh,
regardless of what your value proposition is. So you may have the wrong value proposition. This is a different discussion, but whatever it is, make it clear to your customers. And that's exactly what we were discussing yesterday about Walmart. They make it very much clear that they are for price. So don't expect to have the convenience, to have the service that you find at Whole Foods, because it's not going to be the case.
yeah. Now, to Michael's point, I still use Zoom products because I like Zoom products. And in a way, Zoom was sort of at fault here because it was their website. But there's another company here called Officeworks, which is sort of like your Staples. It just
Mm.
sells office products, right? And every single time that I go to Officeworks and I have a problem, I go, "Yeah, no worries. Shit happens. We trust you. You've got the receipt. Things break. We're not going to fight you." Just bring it back. We'll replace it. That's the deal. There's no bullshit. There's no bullshit. You know,
And
it
that's
broke.
exactly what happens with Amazon. That's exactly what happens with Apple. I'm not sure if you ever had to engage with their customer support, but it's frictionless. Frictionless. So hey, I have a problem. Their priority is to put you back on track because they know recurrency matters.
Yeah. So, look, Michael's made an interesting point there. I still buy Zoom products, even though that particular product was slightly, mischievous, in the sense that they tried to suck me into a 4K product. It wasn't really the fault of the supplier. It's a very good point, Michael. It's a very good point. I'm sort of almost contradicting myself because I do love Zoom products. I do love Zoom products. I mean, I love them. They are cost effective and in as a whole. And what I did here, and I always do this, I always look for the silver lining. I bought another software to compensate for the 720p. It's called XSplit, and it's a very, very, very good software that made me look pretty funky. And I actually got my show to look almost exactly like TV. I'm very proud of this moment in my life because shit happens to us, and it was pretty horrendous not to be able to leave the house. But what I did, and I want to share this, I actually decided that um, I was going to actually do a show that was exactly the same as TV. Right. So what I did was I picked a show that looked a little bit like mine, the Late Show. Right. This is what the show I was trying to replicate was. This is what I was watching, and I thought I can do that. This was in 2020 when they were all locked down too. And I said, I'm going to find tech that allows me to actually do a show that looks like TV. Right? And this is what I came up with. Not bad, pretty close. Right? Not exact, but pretty close. And that was the original with a TV network with thousands of dollars, millions of dollars to spend. And this is me in my back room. Not bad. Right? I'm pretty proud of that. And this is why when anyone ever asks me, why don't you like video? I did that show for about a year and I had a migraine every night because I had to look at the camera. I had to manage 3 people on stage. I had to manage the comments. I had to do the heading. I had to do everything myself. And my brain was exploding every day for a year. Right. And at the end of this process, when we were finally allowed outside, I thought, you know what? I'm not sure I want to go back to this. This particular show was called Better Than Real Life TV. And it was a challenge for me to say, I can't leave the house, but I'm not whinging. I'm going to make something of it. And it was a completely amazing show dedicated to everything we can do online that we used to do before 2020 in person. I'm very proud of this show, betterthanreallifetv.com. Very proud. And so I can do it. I know I can do live streaming, but it's bloody hard for one person to do on their own. Really, really, really hard. Too hard for me. So now I do this format.
You
We're
see,
actually,
you
yeah,
found your way.
I found my way. So I actually have I'm very proud of that story. But it actually relates to CX. It all started with this bloody webcam that wouldn't go to 1080p. So it was a good fun project, but anyway, I've done it now. I've done it. So we had a couple of things from the audience. Most people say that supporting your local businesses is good. It's customer referrals. It's the lifetime value of a client. But
Yeah,
I've
I
just
love the idea of supporting local businesses. They strive a lot. And of course, everything starts with you serving your community, right? So you give to get. If you do offer a good service, if you do offer a good experience, I'm all in to support you. It's not because you are local, but because you care about the local community by tailoring your service to the community needs. And then in exchange, I am going to promote you. I'm going to support you. So I'm all in. But everything starts with you understanding the local community needs and offering this
Mm.
for you to grow, not the other way around.
So how do this is a very good question. How do local businesses compete with CX?
Oh, to me, they have a great advantage because they're already part of the community. And to me, a good CX is very personalized, particularly nowadays. Remember what I said about artificial intelligence? This is such a great tool and platform to allow us to treat customers in a more personalized way. And this, to me, has always been the local business advantage if properly used or properly leveraged. And why? Most of the times it starts from a pain this person has had in the past.
Yeah.
So you either look for something and you could not find, or you found but the service was not good. Whatever it is, it starts from a failure, and you decide to build your own business because you believe you can do better. So the local business advantage is knowing the community and what is missing in that particular community.
Yeah, it's very
That's
important.
your biggest asset.
And that's a type of customer experience, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. But again, you must use this in your favor. So instead, and another mistake here, Kate, is trying to replicate what others do. No, do your own. Be authentic. So if you had experienced something subpar in the past, and this has driven you to build something local, instead of copying others, do your own. Do the best to serve your community, and in return, you're gonna get business growth.
Oh, I love this. It's very important, especially we the working from home scenario has really blossomed since we were forced to live at home and work at home. But I'm very, very interested in helping local businesses survive. And I sometimes I'm very forgiving when I know I can get a similar service for less, and in some cases a better service. This is possibly the hardest one. When you can get a better service for less online, it's very hard to justify paying more for an inferior product locally.
Oh yeah, oh
It's
yeah,
very hard to
absolutely.
justify that, but sometimes the local community uh, ethos wins simply because you think, well, they're having a go. Let's give them a chance. You give them a chance, yeah.
Yeah, but the price of the product is just the tip of the iceberg. Remember the experience that you had with the cable or with the microphone? So again, if you do not trust you have a good supporting system, then you might decide to pay more for having that support whenever you
Oh,
need it.
you will. You just do. So,
Yeah.
as an example, we love one thing I love about Melbourne is there's basically an A to Z of restaurants here, and we love Vietnamese food. And there's a Vietnamese restaurant 25 minutes walk, a 5 minute drive from my house. Like
Okay.
I could be there in 10 minutes if I got in the car. And there's another one 25 minutes drive away. This is a very good story about CX. And so this friend of mine who ran a restaurant in 5 minutes from my house, I said, mate, I said to my friends who are going to this Japanese restaurant next Saturday, the same friends, because we sort of help each other find cool restaurants. There's this new restaurant. Why don't we go and we'll see what happens? Yeah, look good. You book it. I'll come. Yep. So we pick them up and we go there, and the booking was for 8 o'clock. Right. We got there at 10 to 8, and we said, yeah, no long. Don't worry. We're just hang on. We're ready for you. 10 to 8, 10 past 8. Mate, what's going on? We've been waiting 20 minutes. I made a booking. You promised me that there was a table at 8 o'clock. It's now 10 past 8. I'm getting pretty hungry and it's getting dark. And if I don't get in the car and go somewhere else, I'm not going to be able to eat at all. What are you doing? Oh, hang on. Sorry. 20 past 8. We just left, right? Never been back. Never going back.
But what
Right?
happened? I'm curious.
What happened was they double booked the table and they didn't have the guts to tell them.
Oh gosh.
They said, "There's your table, mate. We just have to. Why don't you just tell them they've been there about 2 hours? And the reason we left is because the company, the group, which, and we weren't going to. It's not our job to go and kick someone off the table. It's not our job. They ordered another bottle of wine, and I said, well, they're not going anywhere. I mean, at 10 to 8, I get it. We were early. 10 past 8, we're sort of just a little bit late.
Yes.
20 past 8, we're bloody hungry. Restaurants close
Yeah.
at 9, like the restaurants here. The kitchen closes at 9. If we don't get straight in the car and go somewhere else, we're not going to get anything to eat.
Oh
Never going
gosh.
back. Never going back.
And you
Coincidentally,
see, it can happen, Kate. It can happen, right? Even the best systems in the world can crash. We
yeah,
have been seeing this a lot recently. But how you deal with the problem, it's what sets you apart for the good and for the bad.
yeah. And it's coincidentally, there's another restaurant 25 minutes from my house driving. We've been there 100 times, and we've taken our friends there, and we would go back every week. We would, but you don't want to have the same meal every week. So there's a pub across the road, and this is a very important experience for us. What we do is we go and have a drink, and then we walk across the road to a restaurant. The drink is fun, and we're just talking. One drink, then we cross the road, we eat, we're talking, take an hour or two, drive home. We've had one drink, right, which is legal in Australia. So no one gets hurt, and we've had a good night, and we're helping a local business, right? And they know us, and we
Absolutely.
have these chats about how business is going and how hard it was during COVID. And they try a new dish, and they go, "Oh, look, I know you're vegetarian. We got a new one for you." They know, they remembered. You're a vegetarian. We got a new restaurant menu thingy today. Try this. All right, I think you'll like it. They look after us. We go back. We tell our friends. It's not rocket science, is it?
No, it's not. And the other day I was listening to a podcast that was talking about this actually. So sometimes you go to a restaurant, not you go to very fancy restaurants with very nice food, but that's not what makes you come back. On the other hand, you decide to come back to restaurants where the food is not the main reason for that, but it's the surroundings, it's the experience, it's the waiter, it's the the combination of things, it's the ecosystem.
Yeah. I think this is
And
very, very true. It's very, very, very true.
mhm.
I'm really interested in this idea of reviews. We don't write reviews, but we get asked to write them. In fact, this is a very funny story. We had this guy who was in a magazine, had a magazine that reviewed restaurants. We were asked to professionally review restaurants. This is how much we go out. He says, mate, if I pay you $25 and the meal, this is about 10 years ago, would you go to a restaurant for us, try it, and write a review? This is about 10 years ago. We're vegetarians, right? He says, well, look, as long as they're vegetarian and it's not too junky, we don't like burgers, we like proper food. Yeah, we'll do that. And he says, okay, well, I'll get my people to talk to your people. And the company didn't, keep going. But the point is that we've developed a bit of a reputation as foodies, right? And everyone in the restaurant says, mate, you're so into this. Can you write us a really good review of what you just said right then to us?
But that's the same thing that you were doing for Dyson.
That's right. It's a different way to do it. I tell my friends, but and this is picking up on TripAdvisor. I don't write reviews. I just don't want to. But what in the current paradigm in 2025? What place does reviews and online surveys and all of these things have? Is this a new paradigm for getting kudos? Do people take stock in that?
Oh yeah, I think that whenever you go to a place you are not familiar with, you rely on reviews. And this is something that I think Amazon started and then TripAdvisor, Uber, right? So in the past it was kind of a word of mouth, but now you can know upfront how many reviews does a restaurant have, how good or bad reviews and what are the comments, and then you can decide if it's worth it going there or not based on your expectation.
I
So
remember.
in the past, we were relying on marketing and publishing on things that were 100% managed and controlled by the company,
Yep.
by
Yep.
the
Yep.
restaurant, by the organization, whatever it was. Nowadays, no. And with the social media, so if something either good or bad happens, in a matter of seconds, it's going
Yep.
to be live. And you have absolutely no
Let's have
control
this
about it.
discussion. Are you into giving reviews? Do you read reviews? I don't give them, but I do read them. As I just don't want to. I just can't be bothered. I mean, I've paid money to go to a restaurant. I said thank you. That's enough. I'm not going to write a review online. Right?
Yeah.
A very, 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 yeah,
I'm kind of, no, I think I play the extremes. So if it's really good, and because I work with CX, whenever I do have a good experience, I make sure that I share this with others publicly. And also the opposite. Whenever it's a bad experience, I also make sure that people get to
yeah.
know it.
Well, I had a very funny experience in Italy. We've done a lot of traveling. We go away every year, and we're in this pizza restaurant in Naples, which invented pizza. But the place that invented pizza in like 1642 had a big line, 45 minutes. So we went to the one next door, right?
Well,
And the guy was very, 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 very friendly until we didn't give him a tip. And then he became like a demon, just ignored us. So he was very, very friendly. And then we didn't give him a tip because Aussies don't tip. And the price is the price in Australia. The price is the price. That's what we believe. And we might round it up to the nearest dollar or $10, but we don't give tips.
mhm.
Completely ignored me for the rest of the night. Now my wife got so angry. My wife got so angry she got one to whatever it was, TripAdvisor, but she didn't have an account and she used my account with my name. And she goes, and she wrote under my name. I don't know why I've got a TripAdvisor account. But anyway, she said, this restaurant was horrible. We will never go back and we will never recommend it to any of our friends. Please steer clear of this restaurant. It's just near this hotel. It was awful. Signed, Keith Keller. And I'm thinking, that's not fair. I didn't write that. I didn't write that. Now that's attached to my name. And I don't, yeah.
But you know what? Something similar happened to a friend of mine once in the US. He's originally from Morocco, but currently lives in Poland. And we went to a restaurant. He asked for the bill, he paid for it, and then we left. And kind of seconds after, we saw the manager coming after us, say, "Hey, what happened? How was the service?" And it was like, "It was good." "Oh, did you like it?" "Yeah, very much." And said, "Why didn't you tip?" And he was like, "I don't know. Do I have to tip?" So in the US, it's very common to tip from 15 to 20%. Whenever you don't, means that you did not like the service. So those are the cultural differences.
Yeah. Why didn't you tip? And because Aussies don't tip, the price is the price. We pay our people, right? We pay our people enough, and we do round up. So if something is like $94, we might round it up to $100. Right? We might. That's about how it's good. That's what it does. So that's how we do it. But I'm just so fascinated. Do you do reviews, Cami? Do you want to let's pick up on this because this is CX 101. Like, see, reviews are a lot easier than tipping. It's not coming out of your
Oh,
pocket, right?
yes. I do reviews whenever that I used to do. And this is important. So if you want to having the quantity of reviews matter, because again, if you have just one review, how can I know what the other 99 customers of yours experienced your business? So as a business owner, you should focus on quantity in order to give reliability to your reviews. So make it easy for your clients to review. It can be, if you are in a restaurant, just kind of a token that you can click on your experience, or just a simple text message. But don't ask people to log in, to create an account, to do this and that, because that's
Yeah,
not going to
it's
work.
just friction. I think you mentioned friction in a couple of comments about CX. CX is
Yes.
frictionless. I'm not going to sign up for an
Yes,
account
it
to
must
give
be.
you a review when I've already paid you and thanked the chef. I tell you what I do. This is how I do it. This is a sort of sort of reverse CX. I know how to say thank you and that was delicious in about 18 languages. So when I go to a Japanese
Wow.
restaurant, I'll say "Sugoi, Sugoi," which means that was so awesome, right? Sugoi, and I say it with real passion, right? And the chef nearly bows to
Mhm.
me, like he goes, "No one has ever said that. Like no one has come into the kitchen and said your food was awesome. No one does that. Right? That's my way of thanking the person. Right? So I know how. To, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And it's very valuable. But again, thinking or stepping into business owner shoes, they need quantity in order to have reliability. So make it simple. Whenever you send the bill or the check, whatever you name it, send this with a review. One click. That's simple. Don't ask people to go to your website and write a review. No, make it simple.
Yeah, I can see what because I mean the thing that is very important from the consumer's point of view, and Michael's a very good example of that, is he reads the reviews. He types in, "Look, I want to go to an Italian restaurant within 5 minutes of my house. Give me a top five." Well, I'm exaggerating because there would be top five. There would be five near our house. Here's the top five restaurants near my house that serve the food that I like. That's good. They've got the food I want. Now, what do people say about them? Oh, 98% of people say their pizzas are really yummy. 2% didn't mind, but 98% said they got really good pizzas. Well, I want a pizza, and 98% of people in my area like them. That's good. I'll trust that. But 98 people have
Yeah.
had to write those reviews, right? Which is so
Yeah.
it's
You see,
too much
too much
friction.
friction, in my opinion. So that's why I like kind of a Uber because it's you just kind of a 5 stars, one from 1 to 5 stars. That's it. It's pretty simple. It's right after you leave the car, so you have fresh memory.
I love this. I love this discussion. If you want to, we're having a bit of fun with the idea of what is CX, and I'll just check in a minute what we're up to in regards to comments. Comments, in a way, is a type of there's a type of review because if I get like yesterday, we had 120 comments. Then that's 120 people, or two people 60 times, or 60 people two times, making comments that the show was good. It's not how are you doing? I'm good. Where are you going tonight? Nowhere. Want to go out for tea? Yes, that's 6 comments, right? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about I love your show, Keith. It's so good. I'm calling in from Toronto. It's bloody brilliant. It's late here, but I don't mind staying up. So if you can make some comments, I'm now actually asking people to do it, aren't I? I'm doing the same thing. So I think we're up to about 50 comments now. 76 comments, Cami. We're up to 76 comments. We're
Wow.
nearly there. Like just call your friends. Just get everyone in on board. Bring the gang, right? Because if you make it fun, this is exactly what we're talking about with customer experience. Let's make the comments fun to do. Like, and this is why I do it. Where do you live? Where do you live? And what time you live in
I live in
Miami,
Miami.
right? What time is it there?
Yeah, but I'm
Now,
currently in
this is a
Brazil.
really good comment because you're in Brazil now. Where are you in São Paulo? Are you in Rio, Brasilica?
I am in the state of São Paulo, but I'm in the
Okay.
countryside, not in São
Are you
Paulo.
going back to the city or? Okay.
Yeah, tomorrow.
'Cause, I don't know if you know this, and this is a very good segue to what I do. Um, a very good friend of mine lives in São Paulo, and he has this product called Go Brunch. I don't know if you've heard of it, if you've heard me talking about it. And I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts on what the customer experience is for this online product. I'll send you a link to this, but he lives in the state you're in. And we have 9 people live on stage or live in the call. So please, of those 9, please keep telling me where you're going. I want to get to 100. We're at 76 comments right now. Let's make it fun.
Yeah. So if you answer them, then you're gonna
Then
have
I'll make
140.
it fun and we'll play a funky sound. So the way I'm going to do this is 2 questions. One is, where do you live, and What time is it there? And the reason why I say that is because I live in Melbourne and it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. We are so far
Yeah.
away. Like it's a 14-hour flight to where you are from here over water. Because if you think where Australia is, there's nothing. Like it's just ocean. There's nothing in there. Maybe Hawaii. There's Hawaii. There's a couple of little islands, but there's nothing. There's nothing between here and America. There's nothing. It's just water. Right? So that doesn't bother me so much because I guess that would be a soft landing. But if you fell from a very long height, you'd probably die. But it's a long way, and I hate flying. So I do these shows on a Wednesday at 10 o'clock, and people say, "Mate, what time is that for me?" Well, where do you live? I live in Finland. Well, okay, now I've got to calculate that. You live in Finland, it's probably about 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning? That's not fair. I said, yeah, but I don't live in Finland. I live in Melbourne. So let's play a game. Where do you live and what time is it there? And that might get us to our 100 comments. And I know it's getting time for us to go soon. So let's make this quick. And this is why I use LinkedIn. Look at those numbers. 255 million users in North America. 255 million. And 183 million in Latin America. It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know what? Something curious to share with your audience. You have more active LinkedIn users in the US than you have on
Oh,
Instagram.
I didn't know that. Tell me that one. I haven't heard this story.
Yes. Yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, you have 180 million active users, active Instagram users in the US, while for LinkedIn is 230
Yeah.
million. So it's definitely the strongest, the most powerful platform in the
It's
US.
incredible to know. It's incredible to know. Let's see if we've got some times. Michael says we're going to blow 100 out of the water for sure. I think we're at 76 right now. Tracy is calling in from China. This is pretty funky. This is pretty cool.
Wow.
It's a global show, and um, what I what I'm really interested in he's in cyberspace. He's probably on the space shuttle. This is pretty interesting. Okay, this is a very good. This is a very good point. Uh, you don't have to tell me what town you live in, but I'd love to know what time it is. I'd love to know what time it is. So, Olivia is in North Carolina, and it's 11. It's 9:19 there now. It's 11:21 a.m. on Wednesday here. Can you believe it? It's more than 12 hours away. Like so far, 14 hours. So we are 14 hours in the future. Right? You want the Tesla numbers? That's how far away we
Wow.
are. That's how far. If you got on a plane now, you wouldn't be here for 14 hours. That's how, given that a plane can probably fly at the speed of sound, or I don't know. But the point is that it's a bloody long way. So this is very, very interesting that in America, Instagram, LinkedIn is bigger or more used than Instagram. This is very interesting because as a guy in his 50s, I've got to be honest, I don't get Instagram. I don't like it. I just don't like it. I just don't get it. Do you use it? Is it got some power for you in what you do? Cami, do you use link? Do you use Instagram?
You know what? I do, but just for entertainment. So I don't buy anything from Instagram. I never did. And because I'm now living in the US, I understood. I did some research on the power of the different platforms in the US, and last December or this January 2025, I started leading my own company. So I live in LinkedIn. That's what I do. But I do have Instagram. I don't have TikTok, for example. I still have my old Facebook account, but in terms of engagement, I engage a lot more on LinkedIn than in any other platform, just because that's the platform that
Yeah.
I use for
No,
my business.
I talk about this a lot. I talk about this a lot. It's not about the numbers. It's about where your people are.
Absolutely. And again, you may have with 180 million people in the US, So there's a lot of overlap between Instagram and the LinkedIn users. However, the purpose that you use the platform is what makes the difference. So people on Instagram, they are there for entertainment. So the chances are of selling your business is way low that are way lower than on LinkedIn that people are there for business. It's not only where your audience is, but what your audience is
Unless you're
looking for.
selling some sort of funky product. Like if you like
Well,
it'd
then
be
don't
good
go
for it'd be good
live.
for
Don't
fashion.
go.
I'm guessing Instagram would be very good for fashion brands.
Well, yeah. Let's think about it. Let's
Okay,
get back to CX, right? So what
okay,
is the
no worries.
experience?
So um now it's now hit about 11:30. About you said you had allowed an hour and a half. How long do you have left before you have to saunter back to the family?
Yeah, I would
Okay.
say about 10 minutes just because I have
Yes,
to put
right.
my little
You got
one
to
to
do.
bed. But I like America's comment here that you have introduced him to more people in Toronto that he can or that he could do by himself. That's the power of community. That's the power of LinkedIn. And that's the power of experience. So I got to know America through LinkedIn as well. I have already hosted him in my show, and he has hosted me in his show as well. And we have helped each other without
That's
knowing
right.
each other in person. We connected through LinkedIn, but we had a good experience. And that's the power of
That's right.
good CX. Don't limit this to business. So him and I kind of had a good kind of a session. Then I invited him to my show. It was great to have him live sharing his perspective, his knowledge with my audience. And in exchange, I was also part of his show, and I again provided him the best I could in terms of experience to his audience. Today we the three of us are here. Look at this. He's in Toronto. I am now in Brazil, and you are
Yeah.
in Melbourne.
And you're from Miami.
And yes, I'm from Brazil.
Ah,
I live
sorry,
in
you're
Miami.
from Brazil. You live in Miami. Now,
Yes.
I'm gonna. We're nearly
Yes.
there. 88 comments and counting. We're gonna make it fun.
Oh,
This is
let's go to the
CX
100.
101. Like we're making the show fun. We're learning things. Like we're not just wasting time. This is us learning things from each other. 88 comments and counting.
And you know what, Kate, you know what we can do just to boost these comments? Hey, audience, everybody who is live with us, what is the main thing you've learned from this
Ah,
chat today?
okay.
What are you leaving with?
Okay. So, um, let's do that. What is your main takeaway from today? Cammie's got to go. She's got real life stuff. She's got beautiful children she has to put to bed and be the mum, and she's got real life things to do. But
Yes.
what did you learn in the last 90 minutes? And you can do this when you're listening to the replay as well, because the comments do last. So, what is your main takeaway? Gamification, Michael says. Okay, let's talk about
Wonderful.
that. Taking action. What's your take on gamification? This is my favorite topic of all time. What do you think about gamifying?
Gamification in action boost. So he's doing one comment per word. Boost the comments. Yes.
Oh, okay, okay. So he's actually he's doing singular comments to get us to 100. But because we've gamified the process, we've made it fun. I called out 88 comments and
Yes.
counting. Let's get to 100. Suddenly, I've empowered.
Yeah, but again, if you have decided to spend the last 9 minutes in this show, tell us one single thing that you have learned, one big takeaway from
Yeah.
the
What
last
what are your
90
what are your
minutes.
highlights? We're gonna crack 100.
Yeah.
Not.
What is yours, Kate?
Jeez. No, no. This is
Putting
good.
it on
This
the
is very good.
spotlight.
The thing that
So Michael is saying that Cami lives in
I
Miami.
the thing that I find interesting is the dichotomy, the sort of the superimposition of the fact that businesses need me to comment, but I don't want to. And the also the idea that deep in my heart want to support local businesses, and that I sometimes say to my wife, you know what, I'm throwing away $50 by buying this local. I'm throwing away 50 of my dollars by buying this at this product, this shop. but I really want to support local businesses. And I think the thing that I'm finding really interesting is there's this sharp division between the customer experience and the local uptake of that knowledge. Like, I want to support local businesses, but why should I pay $50 more for the same product if the product is the experience? I mean, you've got to get, I mean, $50, it's
Yes.
$50. Like, that's $50 of my money.
Mhm.
And I sometimes go to them
Yeah.
and say, "Look, can you meet me halfway? I want to buy it from you, but look, I can get it from Amazon for $50 less, and they deliver it tomorrow. And if it's not right, I just send it back. I don't have to come in and fight you, because I've been wounded by that before. But I want to support you. You know, you've got kids at school. You live in my town. I want to help you." But you got to meet me halfway, and I'm
Mhm.
noticing that a lot of local businesses don't get this. I don't. Why is that? Are they just too busy, or are they ignorant, or they just don't know? What do you think?
Yeah. So I'm just I'm I'm just kind of going through the. Oh, look at this! You received 100 messages today. We hit the
We hit the
goal.
goal, yeah, and
Yes, we did. And I'm glad to know that, Michael, I'm glad to know you know where I live. So in case you know anyone that needs good CXer, you know where to find me.
I think that's the power. Like, I mean, I want to share this idea that Merico says that I have introduced him to more people in Toronto. This is very much who I am. I'm very very proud of this. I don't know a single other person doing this. I have this phrase called the Keithy. I don't know if you've heard me talking about this. So there's a phrase that I use called the Keithy. It's not a selfie because I'm not in it. Uh, the Keithy is two people that don't know each other that met on my show, that have a coffee in real life. Like, this is a thing. And I get photos like every week, mate. We did it. Guess what? We met at the market. I had a coffee. I shouted him lunch. We had this really lovely pizza, and that was because of you. And they put up this little napkin from the restaurant. Hey Keith, we did it. Call it the Keithy. And there's a little game I play. And I mean, Americo has met maybe a dozen people from Toronto, his town, that he's never met and would never meet because they just would never cross paths in the street. And he's always
Mhm.
commenting on how amazed he is that people in his town that are amazing, he's never met them. And it's because of this random Aussie on the other side of the world that loves people. And so when
You
you
see?
say we know you live in Miami, I've got a very good following in Miami. And I'm telling everyone about you. Like, you are
Oh,
your
I
own
appreciate
CX.
it
I'm
very
telling
much.
everyone in Miami about you because you live in Miami and Brazil.
Oh,
So every time I come across someone in Miami, that's a story. Hey, I've got a good friend in Miami. Do you know Cami?
yeah. But you know what? If you haven't had a good experience with
I
me,
wouldn't.
you wouldn't refer me. You see? That's CX, my
No one
friend.
in my town listens to me. That is
But you were globally famous.
oh, that is so true. My neighbors don't even know my name. But that's fairly funny. But it's really, really, really funny because the word, I don't know if you know this, but in Australia, the word mate is just a generic word if you don't know someone's name. Can I get a pizza, mate?
Yeah.
Can I get $20 petrol, mate? How much was that? How much
Yeah.
was my grocery bill, mate? That was just I just teaching you to speak Aussie. You don't need to know anyone's name. You just throw mate at the end, and everyone's friends. Can I pay you $20 to mow my
Yeah.
lawn, mate? I don't need to know your name. I don't need to know how many kids you got or where you went to school. I'll give you $20 to mow the lawn and go away, mate. It's
Wow.
just this just
Yeah.
generic decoder.
Yeah, Michael, I hope people know who I am in Miami. So you let me know later. When you say, hey, come in Ferreira, if people do not know who I am, you let me know,
Yeah.
okay? I
Oh,
hope
we,
they
we,
do.
we've got a lot. We've all got a lot of friends in Miami. I've got a very, very, very good following in Miami. So I'm just going to get straight into it and send it to them specifically. and quite a few anchors and TV people in Miami too. We'll get you on the TV. I'm sure you've been on the TV, yeah?
Oh my goodness, yes, I've been there. But yeah, I appreciate any connection that you
Yeah.
can
And when are you
help kind
back?
of making. Beginning of
Okay,
August,
so
August 5th.
I'll start a little cami campaign.
Oh my goodness, so much.
But look, I know
So
you
much.
love it and you're going to keep going, but your kids are waiting and they need bedtime stories and baths and food and all those sort of human things.
Yes. Yeah, that's their own, now it's their kind of their time
So,
of
what was
month
your highlight?
experience.
What one last thing to send us off into the sunset?
My highlight is how we live, again, how we live in this world that we can connect. That is a lot easier to connect. But today, one of the outstanding things to me was the level of engagement. We hit more than 100 comments with just a few people live. And again, I would rather have fewer people fully engaged than a lot of
Yeah.
people that is
Well,
doing
we
something
had
else.
122 comments total yesterday in 4 hours. In 1.5 hours, we got 112. So that tells you.
Yes, you see? Engagement. So people were present today, and that's what matters, Kate. I don't aim to impact millions of people. If I can help transform, if I can help inspire one single person, I'm
I
done.
love it. I love it. Now you go and do you are the best mum
Yeah.
in the world. So you go and do your mummy stuff, and you
I
are
hope I
welcome on
am.
my show every week, anytime at all. Just keep me in the loop, and
Thank
thanks
you so
so
much.
much for coming on the show. I've got a special sound for you, a special
No, thank you
sound.
for having me.
Round of applause. A round of applause for Cami. There it
Yay!
is, big one. We've hit 100, and Cami is sauntering off into the sunset.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, and thank you everybody for being so engaged and so present and asking the right questions. I'm glad to see that Michael was in a pool party. Oh my goodness, I envy him very much. Just kidding.
Yeah, smoking cigars and drinking beer. I've seen 100 videos from Motley Crue about that.
Not
That's
bad.
good. Let me
Yeah.
keep it going. You go and do your thing. I'll just do a bit of ad libbing while I bring some more guests up on stage, and we'll do it again.
Okay,
See
thank you
ya.
so much. Have a good one. Bye.
All right. So that was 90 minutes. That was pretty good. We got 112 comments in 90 minutes. That might be my record. Um, I love stats. So over 100 comments in less than 90 minutes. So that's pretty good. I haven't done that before. All are part of the community vibe. So if you want to come up and talk about what we talked about, hello William, jump in if you want to speak. I'll send you some information about this. I'll just give you the skinny on what we talked about, and then I'll play a little bit of music and send the file to others so that they can come on. There's only one of me. I really do need a producer. So, what is good CX? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. What you think good CX is? Have you got some examples of good and bad CX and what that means to you? Why is good CX great for business? Why does it really just make a lot of financial sense? And is there a way that we can measure it and improve it? So why don't we contemplate that for a couple of minutes? There's only one of me, and I can't talk and chew gum at the same time, which is quite literally the case. I know that for sure because I tried it. So I'm going to just play a little bit of music and chill for a while, just for 10 minutes or 2 minutes, and while I find a bit of I find a bit of rhythm and get some people up on stage. We've been going for 90 minutes, so if that's all there is, that's enough. But if you want to come up and talk about this, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I'll just play a little bit of music and go in the back channel and send away some comments. Hello. We've got an answer. We've got someone has called in. William and Michael, what do you think? I think you came in pretty late there, William, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. We haven't heard from you for a while. What do you think, and what makes good CX, and how do you do it? We got you
Can you
there.
hear, can you hear
We
me?
got you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good customer service is an experience, and it is one that makes the consumer, the customer, the person that you're speaking with, feel as if they're connected to the brand. The service starts inside, so really you should be providing great internal customer service, and that internal customer service should transfer out into your audience and to the people that are calling in. So you're giving the same vibe internally as you do externally. So the team that you're working with already knows that this is how Louis Vuitton wants to be represented, because this is how they treat me. Good customer service is a system that is not just an aggregate of knowledge based replies, but those that feel as if they are connected with the consumer. Even if it is AI generated, the tone should feel as if you're talking to a friend, and that they're trying to help you get through whatever situation it may be. I've always told my team, we never tell a customer what we can't do, we tell them what we can do. And that shifts everything, because you're turning what would be a no into a, I hear what you're saying and I understand how you know what's going on. Uh, this is what we can do right now to help solve this situation, as opposed to telling them no uh, to their initial request, because what that does is it already puts the person on the other side on the offensive.
Yeah.
So you're
Why do companies do it though? Why do employees not help? Are they not empowered to? Do they not feel that they can?
so I can't talk about other employees. I can talk about the company that I've built. And what I will say is that it is uh, an energy that comes from the top down. So I talk to my team and I empower my team to make the right decisions up to a certain point. I mean, you can't give away a $20,000 computer for free. You know, we need it back. But if it's a basic issue and you're actively listening, it doesn't matter what the rules and regulations are, because some of those customers that are calling in, although the first three lines may sound the same, that final statement allows you to understand that their situation is quite different than everybody else's, and it needs to be handled with kid gloves. Kid gloves.
I love this. I just love this discussion because we've had jump in if you remember what we were talking about. But there's examples on both sides that we talked about today of how companies said, "Yep, we hear you, but no," and the other company said, "You know what? We can't do that, but this is what we'll do." Now, I mentioned the companies that did that for me, and I'm polite enough not to mention the companies that didn't. But not everyone is polite, and they've got every right to complain about companies that treat them badly. I just choose not to. But I can tell you for sure, I'm telling everyone in the world about Dyson. I love them. I love them. Dyson vacuum cleaners. They treated me so well. I feel compelled to help them. Like I think I owe it to them, and they've engendered this power in me to be to be a citizen of their of their brand. It's pretty
But
cool, isn't it?
but that's something that is, I can guarantee you that their employees feel as well. So it's translated from, again, the top down. And when you say, why do some companies do it and some companies don't, I would tell you the most successful companies have always listened to their customers. It's like having a an in-house uh, somebody help me because I lose words sometimes, a focus group, because they're telling you everything that you've done wrong. And if you just don't listen to them, then you're continuing to produce a product or a system that doesn't work. And what the way that I've explained it to my C-level counterparts when they ask about refunds. Um, I advise them that we're giving a refund on this one issue that we need to fix. And once we fix it, not only is it going to move up our score, but we're going to build a better product based on what our customers are telling us we need to do. Target, Walmart, um, Amazon, you look at any of those big billion-dollar companies, their return policies, their customer service satisfaction scores are through the roof. Dyson, right? The ones that aren't are usually the ones that aren't committed to long-term growth.
I love this. I just love this. I want to give everyone a turn. Hello, Richard. Hello, Americo. I want to give Michael a bit of a kudos. He got us to 100. He is the Keith Keller Booster Club, the single most important member of the Keith Keller Booster Club. What you mentioned a lot about Amazon and TripAdvisor and Yelp, and tell me why you're inspired to write reviews. Is that because you read them, or what? How do you fit it into doing it?
I do it in large part because I grew up in CX. Literally. I mean, my first corporate job was as a tech, and we actually climbed to the top of that niche, that market segment, because of our service. And then as I went on, I got into consulting, and then I had a stint as a CISO. And to William's point, then you switch over to your internal customers. So I do it because I want these businesses to understand how important, because I am a foodie, or on Amazon, I'm a big Amazon shopper. So I want them to know what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. And I've even left reviews on bills, depending on some good, some bad. And just to give you an idea, I wrote a TripAdvisor for a fairly well-known restaurant in New Orleans, and I had the owner of that restaurant contact me to find out what had gone wrong. And he told me, basically, not based just on my review, but they had relieved one of the staff because of in part, I guess it was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back relative to that, because in the restaurant business, service is a huge part of the experience. But one of the things I was going to say about CX is this relationship. It's a relationship with your customers. It's a relationship with your employees. And I agree with William 110% that when you're focusing on your employees and you're raising a culture of good customer experience, they will pick up on that culture. Like I said, from you, it's the tone at the top all the way down. That's what I got for this evening.
We as an example, very good example, we the light in the home office broke, and we went to this company called Beacon Lighting. I don't mind calling them out. Very good lighting company. They sell lights, right? But we drive for an hour or for half an hour to this shop, which we actually passed 3 other shops to go to this shop, because every time we have been there, they always help us out. They always go the extra mile. And I said to Carol, we bought another light on the weekend, and I said to Carol, my wife, look, that must be coming from the top down, because every time we go there, they go all out to help. They exude friendliness. And we've been to other shops with the exact same problem, and they tell you what they have to tell you. And they go, well, look, I've got 3 hours to go, and I've got my lunch breaks in 2 hours. And look, I'd rather be home watching the football, to be honest. That's the sort of way they're talking to you. My team's playing today, and I'm missing out, and I'd rather be there. But while you're here, I'll tell you the facts. The facts are this is what will work. This is going to be okay. This one's on special, and this one's really cheap, and probably keep away from that. But other than that, don't ask me. Right? So this is customer service. People do this. Like they just do it because they need the money. And we never go back to those shops. And it's a thing, isn't it, Michael? It's very, very, very important. It comes from the top down, doesn't it?
Well, and to your point, Keith, I think why these people that you're interacting with, or some folks that I've interacted with in the past, they aren't getting the message that how key. And in the U.S., unlike Australia, Keith, we tip, and I tip on service. And if I get crappy service, I give a crappy tip. Now I do try way, because they pull tips and stuff.
You have to give a tip either way, but you just give less of one.
Yes, yeah, and I also try to keep in, like in the U.S. they call it pooling tips, so the bus boys and other people, runners and such, take part in the tip process. So all you have to do is give me an explanation, or like if the kitchen's backed up, just tell me the kitchen's backed up. But one of the worst things to do, in my opinion, in the service industry is not to status me, because one of the things as us humans do will, without any information, will tend towards the negative. And I think the other thing, Keith, is because I spent so much time in customer service, I think that it has me very sort of attuned to not getting it, or when you have a bad attitude, or so on. And this is where I really agree with William, is that this has to come from the top. And it should be practiced. So not just lectured, right? This is the difference. So don't do as I do as I do, not do as I say, type of thing. Don't be that guy or gal that says, I'm going to treat you like crap, but you have to treat the customer perfectly. Yeah. Like, no, this has to be internal and external customers.
Yeah. I just love this discussion. I just want to share some really, really cool stats. We got 128 comments in 90 minutes, more comments than we had in 4 hours yesterday, and that's partially due to Michael's diligence, and Kenny and all the people that are commenting, Malka, and thank you very much. Please, we have actually room for up to 6 people on stage if you want to come up and take your flowers. I think that's a phrase, I don't know what that means, but I've heard it used. It sounds pretty cool. So what are you thinking, Richard? You're in Brazil. Cammy's in Brazil, in your state, but not in your town. What's your definition of customer experience, and how are you working on improving it, and how can we improve it?
Hello, everyone. Hi, Keith. Hello, Mike, William, and everyone here. For me, I think customer experience is something like, I don't know, I translate to kind of commitment or even sacrifice, because at the end of the day, I think that if we don't have like a mindset of sacrificing ourselves for our customers, it's like we are just doing the basic, right? And I know many companies that they have this kind of mindset that, no matter what, you have to kind of provide outstanding service, right? And again, it's part of the culture of the company. And if your company really prioritizes customer service, then for me, it's a kind of a sacrifice that you have to make, right? You have to spend lots of hours. And I have a lot of different, I would say, experiences, right, with different companies. Whoever traveled here with Pan Am, right? Pan Am was, a really big airline in the United States with a terrible customer service, right? And I remember, I think I was like 14 years old, and I've never forget the experience that I had, because the flights were canceled, and they couldn't provide, like, an accurate answer to us. And I remember my parents getting really mad, and that's definitely something that you'd never forget. Um, when I think I was around, I don't know, 22, 23. I was providing a service to a customer. It was like an association, and he kind of said to me, "Hey, Richard, come here, come here. I know you are not paying much attention to us, but here's the thing. I know you have bigger clients, but here's the thing. You can lose everything in your life. You can lose money, you can lose a lot of stuff, but don't lose your reputation." And for me, like, customer service is something like that. Like, if you don't provide a customer service, you're losing your reputation,
Yeah.
right? You're putting everything, your life in risk. And I'll never forget it. I after this kind of, advice, I started to kind of pay attention way more. And I don't know, I'm very obsessed, right? People who know me, I know that I'm very obsessed with customer service. It's like
Yeah.
something super important.
And how do we measure it? I'm always fascinated by this question. How do we measure good customer service? What's the measurement that makes sense to us? What do you think, Richard? We'll run the room on this.
That's a very good question. I would say that in terms of best practices in business, the best KPI that people have been using is called Net Promoter Score. Net Promoter Score, came from a very interesting book. I think it's been already, I don't know, 20 or 30 years. But it's actually very interesting. It's like a methodology where you ask, like, how likely are you to recommend this company or this brand to a friend, right? And then there's a science behind, because automatically, think about any brand, think about a bank, or think about, I don't know, like a grocery store or anything that you like, and rate from 0 to 10. Now, if you rate it like 9 or 10, that means like you are a promoter. That means like you probably will, if you have a chance to kind of promote this brand with your friends, you're gonna do that. If you're between 7 and 8, that means you are neutral. That means like it doesn't matter. You can just replace this brand very easily. It's okay, you're using it, but it's nothing much. Now the thing is, if you rate from 0 to 6, that means you are a detractor, right? And detractors are the worst. And usually, like, is the net promoter score is has like a specific formula, and at the end of the day, you have like a percentage, and it says, and I'll say the average varies from industry to industry, but just for you to have an idea, I think the average is probably like 20%, right? 20% of NPS, which means you have a lot of detractors. If you have an NPS of 60%, you are doing really good.
Yeah. Look, this is very. We did actually talk. I'd never heard of this before, but we did actually talk about it. The net promoter score. How do you increase it? How do you get it up? How do you get more, get higher to 100%?
I I personally believe like it's a matter of culture. I know that many companies, they have specific programs, right? Say, hey, let's act here in this specific problem or there. But I just believe that we have to implement a kind of a culture to provide a good customer service, and automatically your NPS will increase. Right? I think it's interesting. Um, the methodology, right? I use in my business school. I don't use in GoBrunch, right? I never made like a survey to understand like the NPS that I have. But in my business school, was kind of a rule, right? Everything, even like at some point, I think even bonus, right? Well, we were paying bonus to employees basing on the company's NPS, right? And that's how strong it can be. And many companies, they adopt. There are many benchmarking in the market, right? And you can find from specific industries. And yeah, like I definitely think it's a very clever way for you to measure. And I don't like much the idea to kind of drill down into specific KPIs, such as specific satisfaction things, right? That would be recommendable if you're doing like a strategy map. But I would say the NPS, it's very, very powerful.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by the fact this is an interesting point to know about, Richard. You have a business school and a very, very cool product called Go Brunch, but you haven't yet introduced Go Brunch to the NPS. You haven't got round to it. You don't see it necessary for that product because I'm really interested in that.
Yeah, I think that once you are the person who provides customer service, and you know that I am, right? I'm the person who provides that. Like asking of a net promoter score is pretty much evaluating myself, right? And I don't want to do this right now, but of course, at some point, if I have like a customer team, or even I heard somewhere like on a really cool idea that one company, they asked their developers to start answering, replying all the customer supports, because they would kind of feel like the main pain points and fix by on the right away, right? Because they don't want to kind of get the hassle of hearing complaints, right? I love this idea. And if one day I start doing something like that, practicing something like that, I'm pretty sure I will establish an NPS and start yeah, like launching like a survey.
I love it. We actually talked about the NPS. I'd never heard of it, and our friend Americo, I think actually Americo's lost the signal. But have you heard of this phrase, William, the NPS? And what we actually also talked about is the client lifetime value. I'll come back to either of those in a minute because I'm very interested in measuring SEX. We've got to measure how we're going. Have you heard of either of these phrases?
Of course, I have. Net Promoter Score is is what most people will spout out because it's been around for so long. But I really believe it depends on your industry and what you're doing. Net Promoter Score can be um, it could be off in some cases because are they evaluating your company or are they evaluating a product that you're selling? So, for instance, I sold Dysons, right?
Wow.
But I wasn't a part of Dyson. I was a reseller. So I sold over 200,000 products across 1,500 different brands. So is the company or the person, sorry, the client, are they evaluating our service, which is really what you want, or are they evaluating the product that they received? What I would do is more in line with what Richard said earlier, which is because I had a team of developers, we would understand which one of our items were creating the most returns. And if that was the case, what percentage of our revenue was that versus the percentage of the negative that we were receiving, and then just slice them. So a brand would have to elevate our company in order to continue with us. And then um, because we were on so many different platforms, they naturally would tell us how we were doing. So I would have a 100% satisfaction score on Amazon or on Walmart or on eBay because they're always sending it out. So I would look at that because that would be based on my business, not on the ones that were based on product.
Very
And
good.
then use my internal data on returns and refunds to determine, is this an isolated incident or is this a company that is that's sending out inferior product right now that we need to break ties with until they get their stuff together. And incorporated in that is more than just the product and customer service. It's your lead times, it's how long it took the product to get there, it's how easy it was to return it. It was the cost. Did they look at our cost and find it cheaper someplace else? We matched because it was cheaper than we matched because it was cheaper than having them return it, and then we pay for shipping backwards. So there's all these things that go into it. So Net Promoter Score is great. Lifetime customer value is great depending on the industry because what you're doing at this very moment is you're putting labels on areas that can be tracked a specific way and label them things that can't. So lifetime value of a customer, um, we were growing JDale and those things. You know, were they buying 1 month or were they buying a year on the website, because it was a membership based product. So in that case, you would definitely measure lifetime value of a customer. Um, on my specific privately owned company, uh, because we were selling so much and people have different email addresses, and they're using their work email for this and their personal email for that. It's not as easy to understand the lifetime value unless you're shipping to the same address every time, and then you can kind of figure it out. But how much money and time and engineering efforts do you want to put into that when you're really trying to determine which of my products is selling the best with the least amount of conflict and the most profit and the fastest shipping? So those are all the things that I measure in order to keep our service going correctly. Supply chain issues, things like that. But
So I guess that
um,
begs the question: does good CX translate to the bottom line?
absolutely, absolutely. And I think that all of us have said the same thing. It comes from the top. So whether you, in every position I've had, when I walk into the building, the first thing I do is I walk into customer service. I don't care if I'm the owner of the company or the COO. I walk into customer service and I ask them how they're doing. And I ask each of them, what are you hearing today? And the reason why I do that is because that team is working the hardest. That team is basically shackled to a desk, so they can't walk into my office and say, hey, how are you doing? And then half of them would be too intimidated to do it. So because the first thing I did before I went into my office was stop by customer service and ask the people, not the manager, not the director, not the VP, the team on the floor, how's it going today? I made them feel important. And by making them feel important and creating a career path for them outside of customer service, because I've had the good fortune of working for companies that were experiencing exponential growth. So we could create great career paths. I made it more than just a phone call that they were resolving.
Ah,
I
wow.
made them part of the commitment of the company, and worked with them to get them to where they want to be. So they would give even more of themselves because they treated that desk as if they were the owner of that moment.
Oh, that's powerful. That's powerful because this person not only has a paycheck this week, but also wants to progress and possibly have a career at the company you're offering them. This is very, very, very good. So you've empowered your employees to want to improve and do well. And you will notice the difference. Some people turn up. I don't know what the stats are, probably 80%. I don't know if you know the stats, but 80% of people turn up because the rent's due and the kids are at school and they've got to put petrol in the car and the rego's due, the registration. I'll speak a bit of Aussie later. So, but how many people do you think are in that zone where they want to improve? How many people just turn up, and how many people want to do a good job and are inspired by these measures?
I think most of the team are inspired. Very few are not inspired. However, I will also do this caveat. I hire people that inspire me.
Yeah, that's right.
So when I'm interviewing someone, for a customer service position, because normally I'll be in like a final, or someone will walk the guy or the woman through, and we'll shake hands. Oh, Bill, we're interviewing this guy for customer service. Oh, great, nice to meet you. And then I'll have like a 2-minute conversation. um, so I hire people that inspire me, and then it makes it easier for me to inspire them. I also get to know my team, not too personal, because there's a trap door there, but in a way that makes them feel that they're not just employee number 6.
Yeah.
Hi Terica, how's your son? I know he broke his leg. how's it mending, and how's his grades in math this year? Because last year they were suffering. Is he getting any better? And oh, I got him a tutor. People care about those little
That's right.
those little conversations at the water cooler. And it takes me 10 seconds. I'm getting coffee. She's getting coffee. Um, why don't I know about her son? So it it's been the way I've operated from a $4 billion company to my own privately held one. It's always been the same.
I love this. I just love this. I love this. Um, but you want to jump in on this, Michael? Have you worked with with companies that have had terrible employee relations, and have you also worked on the reverse?
Yes, I've worked both. As I mentioned, the one company that we rose to the top of the market segment was rewarding. The folks that were just knocking it out of the park from from a customer service perspective. And I've also worked with environments that were toxic, and you could see the negative responses they were getting from customers based on tone at the top. And I'm going to keep on nailing that because I think it's so important that, like, I won't mention the name of the company, but it was the second largest mortgage subservicer in the United States, and they had a lot of customer relation problems. And I can tell you that the tone at the top and all the way down to like IT, the whole supporting infrastructure for that company. And if you're not if you're not supporting your employees and empowering your employees, even with folks like me, that I wanted to move the needle, and I did move the needle in one respect, but there was a lot of gas in the tank that they lost when they riffed me. So, and I was happy to leave, to be honest.
There's nothing
So
like
yeah, I've been on both sides.
and there's nothing like a narcissistic boss that creates a toxic environment. And I'll say this, Michael: not all money is good money. So that's it. That's all.
Yeah, that is true. My wife was on a good wage, but they treated her terribly. It's not worth it. I mean, it's not worth it. There's only, there's only so much money you need. That might differ for different people, but once you reach that threshold, then the rest is nice, but not worth working weekends and nights for. So this is very, very, very important. It comes from the top. What do you think, Richard? How do you treat your staff, and how do you approach, more importantly, employment? How do you employ people? How do you find people? Do you have a bit of a procedure when you find people to try and tap that talent?
Yes, well, I agree 100% with William and Mike. When William said that, he spends a lot of time with his team, I think this is number one, right? Because again, for me, it's all about culture. If you don't have a culture of customer experience, customer relationship, yeah, it's a problem, right? Because you cannot you cannot expand that. You cannot just order people to say, hey, you have to treat your customers well, right? It has to start with your team. And what I found out, especially more recently in Go branches, we always had a small team, but last week we started to, hey, we need to invest more. We need to hire more people, more developers, more people. And one of the things that I was struggling was, how can I make sure this person is the right fit, right? And many people, they have this problem because we spend, I don't know, 2 or 3 months hiring a person, and after that, after, I don't know, 2 or 3 months, this person just leaves, right? And for different reasons, and there's nothing that we can do because sometimes it's like a really good offer. But one thing that I learned is that if you have a really nice culture, and if you hire someone who value this culture and get immersed into this culture, it's it's way more difficult for them to kind of switch the jobs, right? Just because of they get just because they got a better offer. What I started to do is I found a very interesting software, and now there are many of them, which allows you to send a link to the candidate and they can record themselves, right? Because interviewing people is really it's time consuming, right? Everyone knows that it's really really time consuming, and it kind of drains energy because even though in the first 2 minutes that this person is not right for you, you have to keep interviewing this person for like 30 minutes or 1 hour depending on the role, right? And then this tool, I think it was kind of, for me, was a game changing because I ask a few questions, they record themselves, and then I just watch. Now it's not about exactly the technology. What is really powerful about this method is that you just have to ask yourself one single question, which is, do you imagine working with this person every single day? And William mentioned that, like, is this person someone that you would like to work with? That you're gonna learn with them, you're gonna, have good time with them, and or it's just like because of the hard skills, right? Because many people just they still hire people just because of the hard. Oh, this person here knows CRM. Let me hire this person, right? And it's not a fit for the corporate culture, not a fit for anything. And I have experienced many times this kind of situation. But yeah, and then I just watch these videos and I ask myself, is this person a good fit? Is this person a person that I would love to work with every day? The answer is yes, and I proceed with a live interview. By the time that I started to do like something like that, since I started doing like that, I never had anyone leaving the team. Just for you guys to have an idea, it's really, really crazy.
Good. Very good. Very, very good. This is extraordinary. We actually should have a sort of a two-way flow where we get employees or potential job candidates. This would be very handy to show for Americo and for Bez to actually sit on the other side and hear from bosses to say, well, then what do you need? What do you think, Michael? What would you think that would make an interesting show where we could have a bit of a two-way flow between what people think when they're employing and what employees possibly just want money because they've got bills coming in. I don't know. I haven't worked for a boss since 2006, but what do you think?
I think as a hiring manager, I had a very, yeah, in fact, I was counseling someone today and I said, what I was looking for most was not knowledge, it was hunger. In other words, are you showing me you're motivated to learn? Are you showing me you can learn? Are you showing me yourself yourself motivated? But I think the other thing is that we've lost the art of the interview. And what I mean by that is an interview should not be an interrogation, it should be a discussion. If I'm interviewing Bill, how am I supposed to sort of feel him out as a potential employee if he's so nervous or if I'm kind of firing, it shouldn't be how well do you perform unless that's part of the job. How well do you perform at rapid fire questions? It's like, why don't I find out what you have to offer? And from his perspective, why don't you show me the value that you bring to the company? Now, obviously, the higher you get, that stuff should be happening more and more. But I don't think that's necessarily happening, in companies today. I think it's broken.
That's a great idea, isn't it?
I think that's part of the challenge. Getting back to what you were talking about, though, Keith, is you're wondering, well, why don't they understand? Well, because they're not getting good CX. And they didn't get good CX. Like if I hired in to a toxic environment, even with my integrity and particularly if you're going to penalize me, so I'm going to try to bump up against the ceiling of whatever whatever controls or whatever that you have on me, as far as offering the best CX possible. And because my personal integrity is very closely tied with that, right? Obviously, you want to engender personal integrity in your employees, but if it, regardless of what the issue is, I mean, it could be a narcissistic boss, it could be all sorts of things. And that, to me, my job as a leader was to empower my employees to do their jobs the best they could. And at least in corporate America, I'm questioning whether that's true. And in SMBs or restaurants or service industry, it ain't easy. We have a lot of pressures going on in the U.S. Pick one. Supply chain is probably the worst of them. But all that said, you either kind of pull together and again have that tone at the top, or you pull your company apart. And I think that's what you're seeing when you're seeing poor services. That message isn't getting down to the employee, server or busboy or whatever. And that message should be coming from the top.
I
And
love this
it
discussion
most likely
because
isn't.
there's several companies in every field that are direct competitors to each other, and you watch as one company soars, and you go, well, what did they do? How did they do that? And then you see others in the same industry floundering, and you think, well, you offer the same thing. To me, you're equal. I'll give you an example: Target, Kmart, Big W. These are all companies that, for me as a consumer in Melbourne, look the same to me. They are very equal to me as a consumer. They have very similar products. The stores look very similar. As a consumer of products, they don't offer any. There doesn't seem to be, to me, any differentiation. But one of them is going well, and the other one isn't. And I'm wondering, why is that? Why is that? Why is that? Vision? Is it taking the time? Is it risk? Is it thinking about the future? Is it? I don't know. What do you think, William? Why do some companies in the same vertical perform better than others? Have you got any examples of how you've seen an identical product fail with no apparent reason, and a competitor exceed or succeed? And do you have any insights into why that might be?
That's a great question, and it is 10:30 here, so I am going to drop off after this.
Yeah, no worries. That's good.
Um, I believe you said Target, Walmart, and Kmart.
Oh, we don't have
Um,
Walmart here. Target, Kmart, and Big W.
okay, all right.
Big W is probably Australia's answer to Walmart. But to me, those three sites. But you can superimpose Walmart in your scenario if you want, if for ease of use.
Yeah, I'm not going to compare those three, or Target or to Walmart. In my opinion, uh, Target has more of a Whole Foods type of feel to it. Mike probably understands what I mean by that. And Walmart has more of a Dollar Tree type of feel to it. So even though they might sell similar things, you walk into a Target and the baskets roll smooth, and you walk into a Walmart, in my area at least, and you feel like everything's rattling and there's people everywhere, and I get anxiety going into a Walmart. But I will say this.
Target and Kmart, are they direct competitors, or are they actually owned by the same company? But are they different?
Kmart's owned by Sears, and Kmart has gone debunked in the United States, or at
Oh
least
wow, wow!
most of them. So they're no longer around. But I will say this: for startups coming out of the gate in uh, an emerging lane, I think the biggest thing that they do wrong is they do not develop. One of them will not develop their own identity.
Yeah,
And
I think you're right.
they're
Identity.
constantly looking at the other one to say, oh, they just released this, so now we have to release it. And instead of having your own identity and understanding what you're doing and what your next phase will be, you're always chasing the competition. So I've always told the people that I work with that we are only in competition with ourselves. We are only here to be the best that
I love
we
this.
can be, and we will set the tone for what good product, good service, good delivery, uh, good matches for dating, whatever it may be. We're going to set that. JDate, Christian Mingle, Silver Singles. We didn't go chasing after Match.com or after uh, eHarmony. We were doing great being ourselves. And eHarmony was asking how we were doing it. So, you know, they might have spent more money on advertising, but JDate was killing it with the profitability, with the brand recognition, with the I'm not going to say great lifetime customer value, because our goal was to get people married, but we got people married. People were excited about giving us free commercials, coming to our headquarters to say, I met my husband, and this is me and my husband and our first baby that we met on your site. So I say, stay in your lane, know who you are as a company, and make sure that you keep moving forward and always try to do better than what you were doing before. So I'll have an understanding of where the industry is going, but not a particular company, because we don't know if what they just launched is going to be a game changer or if it's going to sink the ship. So I I I, I support Michael. I'm not in competition with him. If he was a business, um, and that's it. That's all. I hope that made sense.
No, that actually is, and I really want to thank you for that. We need to be ourselves, and
Absolutely.
I am the best Keith Keller I can be. I'm not in competition with a guy in his 50s living in my street. I'm not in competition with him. I'm not him. I haven't had his experience. I haven't had his challenges, and he hasn't had mine. But as far as Keith Keller's going, I'm a pretty good Keith Keller. I think I'm actually pretty happy with what I'm doing. So I think there's
Absolutely.
a lot
And
going
you
on.
keep your own internal business KPIs, your own internal goals. You understand where you want to be in Q2, Q3, Q4. Are you on track? But I never worry about the competition.
Yeah,
Never.
I
Never,
love
never,
this.
never.
It's a very good
All right,
idea.
guys.
You go.
It
You
was
go and do your
lovely
thing.
talking to you guys.
All right.
Have
Do
a
you
great
think?
day.
Thanks, mate. I really appreciate.
Good to see you,
Hey,
Bill.
talk to you soon, Mike.
Do you think that applies to the job seeker market
Cheers.
as well, um, Michael? Do you think the idea of it'd be very difficult, but being the best Keith Keller you can be, or Michael that you can be, and not how would you do that in a job seeker market as a sort of as a self employed
Well,
small business? It's very difficult not to compare yourself, isn't it?
yeah, I don't actually. I mean, one of the things I'm trying to do is show my value. So, and I want to stand out. So I'm not comparing myself to anybody. In fact, I'm going to try to figure out what makes me unique.
Bingo.
But I did want to get back to the comparison you were talking about, and something that popped into my mind. I think we were talking about this earlier somewhere else, and it was between Newegg and Amazon. And this is specifically for, as you might remember, I build my own PCs.
Can you decode on
So
that?
I was
We
constantly
don't
for a
have new
while
egg here. I've
going.
never heard this word. What is new egg?
It's a electronics distributor. I don't want to say low price because sometimes they're not. And so what happened between the two, right, is they're both basically selling the same products, same level of product, same quality of product. But what I ended up noticing was I took Amazon Prime and I had free shipping. Well, Newegg ships out of, I believe, California or West Coast. So my shipping costs from the West Coast, I'm on the East Coast, were pretty expensive. And sometimes almost as expensive as the product, depending on what the product was and how fast I wanted it. And I was getting, was it free 2 day, I think was back then. And now I'm getting, in some cases, even 1 day shipping. But anyway, to me, it goes back. Yeah, it's newegg.com. To me, it's about it gets back to that relationship. It gets back to how you're treating. Like, are you rewarding? Obviously, we actually have we have the Amazon card, so we get some cash back on that. I really think it gets back to this concept, though, Keith, of relationship. How do you make me feel? Whether it's at the restaurant or Amazon with the returns. I ran into a situation with my bank where I wanted to have them help me with a dispute, and they refused. Well, guess what I did with that bank? I'm using a credit card for to some degree for the buyer protection, right? And I think a lot of banks are actually kind of pulling back from that, maybe because they're losing money. I don't know. But I think this all gets back to the customer relationship, and whether you're Richard and with the Go Brunch active users. We actually have a meeting today, earlier today, where he attends for an hour, and he gives us a status update
Weekly
of the
waffle.
company. And to be honest, yeah, the weekly waffle. I'm not aware. I've never heard of anyone from Zoom doing that. Maybe for huge companies, maybe they do. I don't know, but I've never heard of that from Zoom. Now, Go Brunch isn't Zoom yet, but I think Richard does understand CX, and I mean, he kind of put a bit of a target on his back though too, because he mentioned that he's not doing NPS, and it'll be interesting if maybe we will develop a little bit of NPS in the Go Brunch core users. We'll see, but I think that actually might be a useful score for Richard. So yeah, I grew up, Keith, in customer service, so I'm pretty passionate about this. Whether it's internal customers, my reports, my peers, my C-suite. If I've talked to the board, I consider all of them my customers. And obviously their customers are my customers.
Yeah, and it's very, very important. The fact that you go out of your way to actually make comments and do reviews. A lot of people do, but I don't. And I've always been fascinated by why people do it. But because you are in customer service and you understand what it means to the company that you do it, I would imagine that you take that extra time. Probably only takes a couple of minutes because you're set up, aren't you? You've got all the accounts set up. You'd probably be able to do it in 1 minute, I would think.
Well, sometimes, Keith, I'm doing it while I'm at the restaurant. If I'm unhappy, may happen while I'm at the restaurant. If I'm happy, I'm enjoying myself, I may wait, but I try to do it usually the same day. So, and back to your point, Keith, I'm doing that because I'm passionate. I'm passionate about both giving and receiving customer service, good customer experience. And like I said, I'm hoping, like particularly with, and I've had not tons, but I've had with TripAdvisor, it seems to me anyway, particularly if they're small, more of a smaller business, the chains may or may not, do as well. But I think that restaurant in New Orleans, like I said, it was pretty well known, word of mouth. And when I said I had a very bad experience, and I went into pretty good detail about it, the guy responded back, and so and I think they had taken care of it. So guess what? I would consider going back to that restaurant if I go back down to New Orleans.
Yeah, if anything
So
goes.
this has a very real impact. I think particularly in the restaurant, Keith, I view restaurants and hospitality and there's certain things I think just are key. I mean, really, and if they go downhill, then we've been to certain places, either the food went downhill or the service went downhill, or maybe in some cases both. And guess what? We don't go.
You can always tell because I'm a
We
you can always
reward-
tell, can you, when they've got a new chef or when the owner changes or when the service changes, and
Yep.
you can tell, can't you? I don't know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And by the way, that's
Yeah.
But Keith, that's good or bad, right? So I'm thinking of one place in town here that actually went the other way. It went from to quite a bit better. So guess what? That's a place that we'll think about going more often. And if it goes down, I mean, like I said, my wife and I are foodies. We love and I don't think we're ridiculous about service, but again, because of my background, and I think she's a New Yorker, so I think she appreciates being treated well. That service is important to her too. So, and that, by the way, that's an airplane ride. That's a hotel. That's pretty much anything that involves interaction with
Hotels the
staff.
same.
And
there's about 100 hotels in the city of Melbourne. We live an hour from the city, and we sometimes go into the city and make a night of staying there because it's such a long way. I know we could easily get the train home, but then we'd be getting home at like 2 a.m. We think, well, why don't we just stay overnight and get breakfast included and make a weekend of it? Like we often do this. And you're thinking, okay, what's the breakfast like? Was the bed comfortable? What's it like when you check in? How was the checkout experience? Very important. Did I have to wait for 10 minutes just to hand my key back? Were the people friendly? Was the room clean? Was there a funny odor from the chemicals they're using? A lot of things go into hospitality. It's a fundamental thing with the CX experience, and that's 100% a personal choice. Like I don't have to stay in the city. My life doesn't depend on it. I'm doing it because I want to have fun or relax or do something different. It's completely optional activity, isn't it? And that's where the real power is, because I could go to 100 different hotels in the city, and we've tried a few of them, and there's some we will never go back to, and others we just keep going back to. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Well, and I think that's the other thing, Keith, is competition, right? If God forbid you were like on an island or something, and you only have like 2 or 3 restaurants, and so the competition's there, not there, then you're a captive audience, so to speak. But to your point, when you have choice, that's one of the things that my wife loves about the area that we live in is, we have new places. There's not a lot of churn, but there's a certain amount of movement in restaurants. And to your point, ownership can change and improve. So yeah, it's all voluntary. And when it is voluntary, that I think you're going to be a little more choosy in your selection. And for me, that like I said, that's both quality of food or getting back to what you were talking about between Target and Walmart and Kmart's kind of gone the way of the dodo bird.
It's probably one.
so-
That's amazing. We have a Kmart here. It's almost the number one retail experience here now. Like it's thumping it. I wonder what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it was stock price or I don't know. But that gets back to the, I I think like Target, we call it Target here. Meaning it's kind of a little upper crusty. It's the quality is not Walmart. Walmart quality is quite a bit lower. To William's point, it's more like Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree is is pretty low on the quality scale. So Walmart's a step up from that.
All right.
And you can actually get some
And they've
good deals
positioned
on
themselves in there,
white
haven't they? They've
labeled
positioned themselves there.
products. Yeah, because of cost. It's on price. It's on price, and that's understood. And you don't really get. There's not really a service level at Walmart much. And like we were talking about before, like on electronics, there's not choice. And then, like I said, they added some grocery stuff, but it's not really. I probably wouldn't go to Walmart for groceries. So, like I said, there's a couple different places that we have. One's called Wegmans, and it's sort of top of the line food wise. So, for us, quality of food is probably more important than price.
You mentioned that this is very important because we
Generally.
don't have a Walmart here, so I can't walk into a Walmart and check this. But you said you probably wouldn't buy your electronics from Walmart for two
No,
reasons. One is they possibly don't have them in the shop, but second of all, that's not a product that you associate with quality and importance. I don't, as I said, we don't have Walmart here, so I can't do a direct comparison. But do they have a sort of an audio visual section of a Walmart, or is this a new idea they've experimented with online sort of shipping?
no, and I don't I don't shop online with Walmart either. I think it's more inventory, meaning choice. They just don't. I mean, if I'm going to go for electronics, like I said, I'm most likely going to go unless they don't carry it, which is rare, and usually at the best price. I'm going to go to Amazon. The other reason is mostly I can get Amazon within 2 days because I'm on Amazon Prime. If I had to pay for shipping, it would be a different story. But because I have B&H, and you have to remember, Keith, or you remember, I was into photography. So when I first started buying my photography equipment, probably to a degree, actually, I got my pod mic from B&H. I forgot about that because I couldn't get it in time from Amazon. So that was a rare purchase for me from B&H of late. B&H is this large online. Well, they have a big store in the middle
What
of
do you think that
Manhattan too.
stands for?
It's only one
B&H?
store, I think, though. Hold on. I have no idea, but I'm assuming it's probably the owners.
Bill and Harry, business and haberdashery, B&H. B&H. This is good. This is very important. B&H. I think we have them here. Audio visual suppliers. We have them, but I don't know what the B&H stands for. They're a very good.
It's not telling me much.
Doesn't matter. Probably your creative partner since 1973. What does B&H mean?
I thought they went further back.
What does B&H mean? If you're
Here's
listening in,
Wikipedia. Hold on.
give us a bit of the heads up. But why this is important is that we talked about CX. Now, Walmart or maybe Aldi here in Australia, Aldi, we know what Aldi is. Aldi is cheap and it's very cost effective, and they have stuff and it's decent, but what they sacrifice is choice. Right? I don't shop at Aldi. Me personally, I don't like shopping at Aldi because I want choice. I want the brands that I like. I don't want their brands. I want my brands. So they have everything, but they just have two choices of soy milk rather than 8 choices. And I don't want what they have. I want what I want. I know what I want, and they don't have it.
Getting back to your point, Aldi for me is kind of like Lidl or Lidl, Lidl, choice. Or in the case of Lidl, it's choice and age. They're like almost like a discount, based on, I guess, stuff that can't move elsewhere. I don't know. I kind of shy away from Lidl, but B&H stands for Blimey, Schreiber, and her husband Herman. So it's the owners or the folks that started its initials. Blimey and Herman. Schreiber is what B&H stands for.
It's very important because the reason why I thought it would be very important to you is that if we understand what the business pain points are, and more importantly, the employees, employers, the employer inside the businesses' pain points are, this might actually help us be a better candidate. Because, I mean, to them, they've got to interview 100 people. You are just one person out of 100 people. How do you stand out? That must be an incredibly difficult task at this time in history, 2025, with all those layoffs. You're just competing with such a big pool. How are you doing that? I mean, how are you going with that? You don't have to. This is a big question. You don't have to go down that rabbit hole if you don't want to.
I have. Yeah, it's a bit of a secret, and that's probably a good subject for another show. And I'm serious because actually it's probably not good for your show because it would involve a lot of explanation about the use of AI. It's a very it's not complex per se, but it's you're developing what your proposition statement is. So why you, and then you develop an ICP, and then from your ICP everything else. I've actually changed my LinkedIn banner, my LinkedIn headline. Hold on, I always forget it. It is your ideal client persona.
Ideal client persona. So you're now talking that put with your business hat on, as opposed to employee.
Yeah. Well, yes and no, right? Because I need to know who I'm after. Who am I targeting?
Yeah.
And what are their pain points? Actually, ChatGPT knows what an ICP is. And I've used ChatGPT to tell me what these clients' pain points are, where they hang out, where I can find them. How can I?
Wow. Okay. Actually, let's pick up on this. This is actually probably one of my favorite subjects of all time. In the marketing game, we call these avatars. Your ideal client, a redhead from New York who's 30 years old, got 3 degrees, 8 kids, drives an Audi. You know what I mean? Someone who you can nail it down. Okay, Jenny has red hair, studied at Princeton, has 2 degrees, currently works for Walmart in the dispatch section, but thinks she would like to improve her status. And what does she need to know? I just made that up. I just made that whole line up. Now, where does Jenny hang out? Well, she's at Walmart most of the day, but on the weekend she likes coffee. What's her favorite coffee shop? Well, she likes this one. What type of coffee does she like? Why that's very, 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 very important is that, is Jenny with the red hair walking at Walmart, driving an Audi, does she use Instagram? And if she does, should I spend some time there? And if she doesn't, what does she use? Oh, she likes YouTube videos. Okay, well, let's do videos on YouTube. Actually, she's really into TikTok. So you call it the ICP. Let's have a chat about this. This is very, very important. I would call it the avatar. And the one way to decide, a very, very basic way to decide that is based on the generations. So when were they born? What do they like? Where do they hang out? What do they hate? I mean, I never read the paper. I hate manual cars. I hate reality TV. I love BritBox. I love going out for tea. I love cafes. I love tech. Right. So if you're trying to target me, don't put an ad in the paper. I'm not going to see it. I don't hang out on TikTok, but I love LinkedIn. Have you got a bit of an understanding of your ICP? This is a very good discussion, probably for a whole show. What do you think? Where would your ICP be in this graph?
Okay. It wouldn't be on that graph. My ICP's name is Jason Ramirez. His title is CEO founder. The company type is either an MSP or a cybersecurity consultancy. The location is Greater New York City, Northern and Central New Jersey, or financial hubs like Boston, Charlotte, and Atlanta.
Wow.
Company size is from 25 to 150. Maturity is either bootstrap, Series A, B funded, or mid-stage growth, most likely mid-stage growth. Revenue has been between 5 million and 30 million ARR. Primary markets are healthcare, tech startups, regional banks, software as a service, and they're seeking to expand into financial services. That's where I come in.
This is good. Where are they hanging out? What does he do? Does he hang out at the car dealership? Does he like the football? Is he a baseball fan? What does he do with his time? Where is he hanging out? How are you going to find him?
I'm going to find him. Well, first of all, on LinkedIn, I'm going to search for CEO, president, or COO, VP of Client Solutions. I'm going to target MSPs, MSSPs, MDR providers. MDR is managed. I forget what the DR stands for, but it's EDR and MDR. Cybersecurity firms under 200 employees. Where they hang out. Places like something called ChannelCon, MSSP Alert Live, IT Nation, Secure World Expo, InfraGard, New Jersey and New York CISO executive summits, associations are CompTIA Cybersecurity Business Council, local cybersecurity meetups, LinkedIn groups, and something called MSP Alliance. Online, let's see, it gives me Reddit forums, podcasts, guests, Slack, messaging hooks. I mean, you name it. This is, dude, I could go in. It's probably worth, I don't know if we want to do a show on this, but I was blown away by the fact that ChatGPT could give you a full-fledged, if you give it the right prompt, and what it knows about you already. I fed it my resume, and so it knows what I'm looking for, and I tell it what my proposition is, and then it gave me this fully fledged ICP. I can also it would it fit in here? Some of this stuff would probably have to be put in. Yeah, what is your ICP? Like, I would want to know what Jen, the CEO, is. And then I could actually probably use ChatGPT, because ChatGPT has this ability to do psychoanalysis. And I have a process for that too.
When I Google ICP, I get insane clown pose. So I've never heard this phrase before. ICP. It's just my pet hate is fucking acronyms. I fucking hate acronyms. I hate them. I've got to work out what this shit means.
It's that's a marketing term, Keith. It's well known. It's the ideal client persona. And to your point, it's really it was more pointed to what you were saying is, I have to know who I'm selling to. So if I'm selling shoes, high heeled shoes, I'm not going to try to sell it for the most part to 16-year-old guys, right? And more importantly, depending on what the style is and yada yada yada, if the price point is X, then that's going to mean that the people, for the most part, again, that are buying them are going to be in this certain economic class, and they're going to shop at, I have to know where they're going to shop, and maybe even when they're going to shop, and when they buy, at what times of the year. And obviously, the marketing teams and they have all this stuff worked out
No,
to the nth
it's
degree.
fascinating. It's very fascinating because, why would you put a video on TikTok because your friends are there? This is a very, very key point. A few of my friends have said, "Oh, look, I don't use TikTok because my friends are not there." Yeah, but you're not selling your stuff to your friends. What does your ideal client want? Ideal client profile. What does your client want? And where are they? Now, your clients are not your friends. They could be, but they probably
Yep.
aren't. So, and unless you've got a lot of friends. So, your clients are not your friends. They can become your friends if they buy a lot of stuff or you have a good relationship with them, but they probably don't know you yet. And they probably don't hang out where you hang out. They might. Like, I don't think my ideal clients hanging out at the cafe I have breakfast with every Saturday. I don't think they are. My gut feeling is they're probably not hanging out there. They might, and that's great because it's not far to do, it's a 10-minute walk. But my gut feeling is they're probably not hanging out at the local cafe in Edithvale because that's where I hang out. And so Lynn is listening. She's actually, this is very interesting for her because she works in travel. So know your market. Better late than never. Who is your ideal client? Now that is how I would phrase that. I'd never seen it written as an ICP, but let's play that out. Who is your ideal client? And this graph here is step one. You've gone way deeper than that, and that is so good. How did you come to that? How did you come to that? That's a lot of deep work there.
Well, like I said, I had and I could probably do this for Lynn, right? Depending on what exact travel services she's offering. Mostly, I think cruises. Well, you know what? I'm just going to do a new chat, and I'm going to ask for an ICP. I'm going to say I develop or I sell cruises to cruise tours, I should say, and need to develop an ICP. Okay, now it's asking me what kind of cruises do I sell? Ocean cruises, river cruises, what regions? So let's just plug some of this stuff in. I sell ocean cruises.
You can have an ideal client for each cruise type.
I'm gonna say, so what region? Let's just say for her sake, is it Europe? I don't know. Let's just say Europe. Europe as a region. Does she have a travel group size? I don't think so, right?
Oh, yeah. Does she work with couples or
demographic
families
is
or groups? That's a very good question.
I'm gonna say 50 plus. I'm gonna say families and families. Couples with families.
She's mentioned boomers, so that means they're 50 plus, maybe retirees.
Well, that's why. Yeah,
she likes the luxury.
Well, let's not make this too small. So, couples and families. What makes your unique offering? Should we say custom packages? Let's say custom packages for fun.
Okay, that's a good question.
Custom packages. Do you operate online? Is she online, brick and mortar, or both?
I don't think she has a shop. think she offers
Okay.
online.
So let's say online, and what region is she? Mostly North American or global?
No, that's a good question. Can you work with Canucks and Latinas and Mexicans and Aussies?
I'm just gonna say Americas.
Yeah,
How's that? We're not going to include you in this.
Oh, that's
Sorry,
right.
Keith. Okay, here we go.
Good. An AI generated.
Okay, the name is the Cultured.
Yep.
Yeah. The Cultured Explorer couple, 50 to 70, married or long-term partners. Children are grown, located in the United States, especially upper middle income households in the Midwest, Northeast, and West Coast. Psychographics, value experiences over possessions. It actually gives me like a psychological profile. Pain points, overwhelmed by options when booking. Fear of tourist traps and wasting time. What they want. Trusted expert guidance, tailored European cruise itineraries, because I said it was Europe. Stress-free booking. Buying triggers. Retirement milestone. Anniversary trip. Last big family trip. Where to find them? Facebook, Pinterest, YouTube, email newsletters, including AARP, Travel and Leisure, Cruise Critic, Instagram, offline, AARP expos, alumni associations, church travel ministries, community center travel night events. I mean, it just goes on and on. And then to your point, you could do segment variations like adventure light empty nesters, retired grandparents traveling with family, which is something. First time cruisers over 55. And again, you can just say option 3, please. And it goes and redoes
I love this.
Your ICP.
Let's pick up on this. This is very, very important.
I would be surprised. I would be very surprised if Lynn hasn't done this.
Well, let's go deep into.
Oh yeah, she.
A lot of people haven't. Don't be surprised.
But to your point. See, it already said it's boomers and silent, and it's boomers on up. It's 50 plus to 70.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, why that's important,
and
why that's very important, and that you can save a lot of time. You can save a lot of time by saying, you know what, boomers probably aren't using TikTok. Maybe. The boomers probably aren't using Snapchat. They may use Pinterest. They probably still love Facebook. They're probably on LinkedIn, and they're probably using YouTube. So it helps you focus your energy on where your people are. Jump in, Lynn, if you want to talk about this, because this is all about you now. So we're very up for this. We're very into it. What is your ideal client? Who is your ideal client? What makes you unique? And more importantly, where do they hang out?
Oh, and Keith, this gets back to CX again. This gets back to CX because why? Because I'm tailoring my service to you. I care about you, and I care about where to find you and how to tailor my offering to your needs. Now, are you going to get everybody and his mother? Nope, you're not. But you're going to get your target.
I want to pick up on this, and we had quite a heated discussion about this yesterday. I know for sure that about 20% of the world doesn't want to go on camera. It's not 80%, it's 20%. Now, my show is tailored to the 20% who don't want to go on camera. And that's what I'm saying to you. I love that you don't want to do that, and you've identified this, and you're okay with it because I'm with you. I'm never going to make videos, I reckon. I don't never say never, but I will not make face to camera videos anymore in this lifetime. I don't think so. I just don't want to. And even though I'm missing out on 50% of the market, 20% of the market doesn't want to come on camera. And they get it. Right? And I want to talk
Keith,
to the
20%. I'm trying to get across to the young lady this same idea. Why am I, why would I be interested in your channel? You offer uh, technical information mostly, and now you're kind of branching out and talking about kind of tech and right. But before it was mostly just tech. But it wasn't, to your point. It wasn't. You weren't showing the mics. You were talking about the mics. You were discussing all of these ins and outs and pros and cons of the mics. And to some degree, these guys do it, but when you look at it, they're doing these switcheroos, and it's. I mean, you have to literally watch the whole thing to understand what was said. That's not what you're doing. You're distilling that so that when I'm listening, I'm listening. I'm not looking. If I were watching, this, I would probably be listening to this, Keith, on a walk, and there she is. Speak of the devil, and she appears. Let's say Lin Lang, Lin Lang, Lin Lang. Boof. There she is.
Hey, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Now look at what we're
Yep.
doing here, Lynn. Can you see this? This is what makes my show unique. We are talking in real life about a problem that you have, well, that you may have, and we're actually asking who is your client, what makes you unique in offering them your service, and where do they hang out? These are questions fundamental to marketing, but now we can actually ask you, is this helpful? We'll give you a couple of minutes to get that mic set up. She's got a lovely Five Fine AM8. Exactly what you're talking about, Michael. We're demonstrating a Five Fine AM8, which is $50, $54, I think. So these are while Lynn's setting up, I have seen maybe this year 100 videos comparing the SM58 to the SM57 to the Audio Technica 2100 to the Samsung 2QU, and you got to watch the whole bloody thing, right? And I can't ask them questions. Well, what happens if I use it in my room? What does it sound like on my voice? What would you recommend? Where can I get one? You can't ask them. It's just static two-way flow. Now we're not hearing you, Lynn. I don't know what's going on there. Have you got it turned on? We hear a bit of scratching. Is the kitten at
I
play?
think she's screwing on the the mic. I'm not sure.
Okay.
No, there she is.
Okay. All right. Phew. Gosh, it takes me a minute sometimes. It's been a day. It has been a day, let me tell you. Ah. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, well, look, we can talk about that through the CX lens, but I think we've got a bigger discussion, and that is that
Yeah.
Michael used ChatGPT to find your ICP. Now, I might actually start these acronyms just for fun. I might start an acronym channel. ChatGPT to use your ICP. You know, most people don't even know what that means, but we have gone deep. Who are they? Where do they live? What do they want? What makes you unique? Where to find them? Bloody brilliant! All in a document you can put into your Word. I mean, bloody brilliant, isn't it?
It is. I love that. That is so cool. And it's very important to know that because that's how you're going to market and to know where you're going to market, where you're going to send the information, your flyers about the next cruise that you have. And so that is very important to know your market for sure.
Yeah.
Or where, you know,
So
very good.
Michael said that he would be surprised if you haven't done this, but I would be surprised if you have because it's very difficult to do. Have you thought of doing this sort of research yourself?
Well, luckily, I don't have to do it. I have it done for me. So I'm fortunate to have that service being a franchise.
Oh, okay. Tell us the model. You are a franchisee of a travel company.
Yes, yes, yes. So the Dream Vacations is a wonderful franchise. It is truly, it is one of the best, I think. I'm of course partial, but it is. There's the as far as you have your BDM, you have your marketing, all of these things that we do have now, I admit I don't always take advantage of the things that are there for me, the tools that they are so wonderful about, supplying us. But um, yes, we do have access to all of that good information. So it's just it is helpful to have for sure. And then not just that, it also the the posting. We do get a lot of help with marketing uh, for trips and things like that as well. So it's wonderful in that respect.
I love it. What Michael has said there is the prompt is, I sell cruises and I need to develop an ICP. So the company that you work for has this feature?
They do. They do. They definitely do.
Yeah. And so tell us what you think your ideal client is.
Well, well, I do. I know because it is based on, let's say, for example, well, there's a data. They use the data that's in my email to send out all of those wonderful newsletters. And anybody that signs up on because this is another wonderful feature that we do have. We have a trip that we give away quarterly, and right now the free trip is to Italy. And it is, I mean, somebody actually wins it quarterly every year, and it is great. This one is, like I said, it's to Italy. So anybody that comes on to my website and they sign up, well, they get automatically, they're going to have the newsletter, the email, all of that, unless of course they opt out, but hopefully they don't. So that's another way of gathering that information.
Yeah. I love this. Now, do they tell you where your client is? Where do you think your ideal client is? What are they doing? How do you find them? What are they doing?
Well, they are older mainly, and a lot of them, I have found personally just through groups, clubs, Facebook. A lot of there are like here in Alabama, we have a ski club that is very popular, and they love to travel. It's not necessarily they're older, they don't necessarily ski. I mean, some of them do, but because I mean, the club has been around for over 30 years, so they really have become more of a travel club. So that's an example of one, but there are many, and you do, and like Michael said, it is you're going to find them all over. Just especially, if you're in a church group, if you're uh, I mean, any you think of where the people are, that's your target. But if you want to drill down, like you say, it is older, especially for cruise. It is definitely older. But those clubs, like this Birmingham Ski Club, those are your older. That's more that age range, and those are the groups that do want to do like a cruise, or and they do. So that's a good example of that.
The reason why it's important, Linda, this is why I talk about this a lot, is that there's only one of me, and I'm a bit of a solo dude. I don't want to spend hours and hours and editing videos and putting them on YouTube if my market's not on YouTube. That's just
Yeah.
a waste of my time. Like, I actually don't want to edit videos, but I keep hearing about YouTube Shorts, right? Well, that's great. I hear about them. I know they're there. But what if my market, the people that listen to my show, don't like them, don't like the format? So what a waste of time. Like, I've just spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours editing videos, putting them on YouTube. No one's watching them. What's the point of that? I could be spending that time promoting shows, or going to a shop, or having a latte, or talking to someone else. So because I work for myself and I don't have a producer and I do this myself. I'm very conscious of time. And when anyone says to me, "Oh, there's this new trend, Keith, everyone's doing YouTube shorts using this dot AI software that chops all your stuff up." Well, that's great. Have you tried it? Is it working for you? Have you had results? Are you getting more listeners? I haven't had a chance to try it, but I'm hearing it's pretty funky. Yeah, well, that's great. But it's only one of me. And I want to spend time with my wife, and I want to have a sleep every night, and I want to go for a walk, and I want to spend some time just at the cafe. So I'm very into where my people are, and for my mind, I think they're on LinkedIn because there's a billion people here, and I'm pretty confident that my people are on LinkedIn. But we are doing an experiment in a couple of weeks to see if they're on YouTube. I don't think they are, but I'm interested in trying. I'm going to try. I'm going to see if my people are on YouTube. I don't think they're there, but what do you think, Michael? Do you think our people are on YouTube? Have you got a relationship with YouTube? What do you got? I know Michael's got a bit. I think the echo is coming through the actual headphones. He must have them pretty loud. I'm guessing. I'm trying to work out what that echo is. I think it's bleeding through the headphones. But to your point, we actually, I'm very proud of this, Lynn. We got 128 comments in 90 minutes.
Oh, that is amazing. That's
a record.
great.
Now that's a number. That's a measurement. Like if I had to put, and I know this because I'll check it in a minute. I had about 6 views on YouTube in that exact same time. Exact same time. So why would I go and focus on YouTube if I've got 6 views when I've had 128 comments in 90 minutes on LinkedIn? Like, you've got to hang out where your people are. And I'm really into this. I'm really, really into this. A friend of mine, Molka, is possibly going to come in and talk about her new podcast if she wants to. It is being recorded, and that's important to know, that we don't edit these. They just sort of sit there in cyberspace forever and ever and ever and ever. So you will be recorded for eternity. And that's important to know. But as an example of what Michael was saying, I don't know if you've done this, Lynn, but if you typed in Fifine AM8, there would be probably 100 people that have made a video about that. Right? Now, I know this for sure. They're buying the videos, they're buying the tech themselves, and they're doing it for fun. No one's making any money, except maybe the company selling the mics. And I'm thinking, well, why would I pay all this money to do a video about something that is never going to give me any return, and I've got to have a fight with wifey every time I buy this mic? Right? So there's already 100 videos about this mic on YouTube. I'm not doing anything different. But what Michael said, this is what makes my show unique. I'm testing the mics on the show. You can hear them as they sound. And you can ring in and ask questions. Actually, I'm thinking about buying this mic. What do you think of it? I really like it. It's got really, really, really cool, funky buttons. They're green. They glow in the dark. And the kitten loves it. Right?
Yeah.
Is that sort of what you're alluding to, Michael? The fact that our show is unique. Like, I've never seen this done before. And I love that. The reason why this is important, Lynn, is we had quite an interesting discussion yesterday about why we're not doing videos, and that everyone loves videos, and why aren't you doing them? Because that's what I want, and that's what my audience wants. They want videos. But if you're doing something that everyone else is doing, how do you stand out? You can't. How can you?
Well, Keith, I'm going to go back to why people do things, and this gets back to customer experience again. Is I don't watch many YouTube videos. I listen
You listen
to
to
YouTube
them.
videos. I listen to YouTube videos. Are you understanding? And everyone's like, "Oh, no. You're watching them." Like, actually, it depends on where you go. But I was reading something about podcasts. Now, this is specific to podcasts, not video casts. That there was a movement for audio only with some, like you're doing here. This technically has an image. Now, what they'll do in some cases, do something very similar to you, is they'll be talking, they'll have an audio, and then they'll switch images, or maybe even have the same image. So what's the purpose of that? Well, I want people to listen. Like, I'm going to bring up Lex Fridman again. It's, if I watch these two guys talking, it's Lex, who always has a black, he has a black suit, black tie, white shirt. Very boring to watch, but I listen because I'm interested in what his guest has to say. I don't care what his guests look like. They could be pink, with purple hair. I don't care. And this is where I think so how do I say that's a video podcast? But that's not what most people, I would love to know, and I don't know how you would do this. You'd have to ask very specific questions on all of these. This, if you were going to do a proper examination, it would be, okay, for all Lex Fridman viewers, if you will, quote unquote, I'm doing air quotes, you can't see me. For all of those viewers, how many are actually watching that video?
Good
Versus, and again, and I tried to make the point, I wouldn't watch your LinkedIn Live to learn what I'm listening to hear how you would use it, not what it looks like on camera. I mean, you're showing pictures of it, but these guys endlessly show all of these pictures, and they swap out half the time. By the way, Keith, I don't know if you've seen them. They're like, okay, now I'm talking into this mic. And then they just switch, the label, and now I'm talking to this mic, but you can kind of not tell because they're talking like between the two. I'm like, well, which ones are you talking into?
Yeah.
And I can't really, and like when I'm hearing you speak, and when we've done this before, and when you've switched, like your microphones, or you've switched your audio asset thing, your XLR, I can hear the difference. I don't want to see what you're doing. I want to hear, because this is what we're testing. We're testing mics.
Yeah. It's a very interesting point. There's a lot of YouTube videos about microphones, isn't there?
Yeah. Or earphones. And again, Keith, now, I mean, I hear a huge difference with the earphones I have. And to your point, now I can hear every little thing. And so now I understand some of the malady of which you suffer.
Yeah, supersonic hearing.
Yeah.
But to your point, I have decided, for better or for worse, my show is an audio show. That's what makes me unique. Now, if you don't like Indian food, there's no point going to an Indian restaurant. They can't make you a Thai curry. They can't make you a pizza. If you feel like a pizza, don't go to a Thai restaurant because they can't make one. So if you feel like videos, don't watch my show. I don't do videos. I mean, I don't do them. So don't watch my channel. So that's fine. If you want to go to a sports channel and then you suddenly want an English comedy, you're in the wrong place. So sports channels have live sport. You know what you want. If you want to see the latest game in your town or your club, you go to this certain channel, you know what you're going to get. You're not going to get an English period drama because they don't have that. So I don't care that videos are the most popular format. I don't want to make them. And I'm just going to own that. And I think this is what makes us unique. We know our target market. And there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people doing this. Hundreds, thousands. So, but I got to be honest, and please search the internet for me. I've never seen this done before. What I call audio unboxing. Never heard of this. I made this up. I made that phrase up myself. Yeah, and I'm just going to push the parameters, and one day someone's going to say, "Mate, I get you. Here's the latest Shure SM58. What's called a Beta 58A. It's got a little blue ring on it. Dylan likes it. Must be all right. Can you test it out for me? Yep, no worries. I'll test it out. And can you compare it to the conventional SM58, which is half the price but not as good? Yep. And can you give us just an honest synopsis and test it out? Yep, I can do that. That's my goal. One day, I've got 30 years. I'm just going to push it. You sort of got to, you got to dive deep into what you're passionate about. And I'm passionate about this. So it was quite an interesting discussion, but a little bit superfluous in a way, wasn't it? Because as you said, Michael, most people, I'd be interested to know this, most people don't watch YouTube videos. They listen to them. They do. I mean, we do. What are you about you, Lynn? Do you watch YouTube videos, or you're listening to them in your car or on your bike or while you're vacuuming?
Well, if it's YouTube, I'm probably watching, to be honest.
Because it's about a cruise destination like the Whitsundays.
Yes,
I got a fun
exactly.
fact about the Whitsundays. We can do a whole show about this. The Whitsundays is on the exact same latitude as Hawaii. You know that? Exactly the same.
Yeah.
Exactly the same weather as
Excuse
Hawaii.
me.
So, but for Aussies, a lot cheaper and no tipping.
Mhm.
Right? So in Australia, we would go to the Whitsundays instead of going to Hawaii. It's a 10-hour flight to the Whitsundays, to Hawaii from us, 10 hours, whereas the Whitsunday is 3 hours. Why would I go to Hawaii when I can go to Whitsundays? Exactly the same weather, no tipping. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
But no Hawaiian culture, and another version of Australia. We've been everywhere, man. There's actually an Australian song about that. We have quite literally been everywhere. Not everywhere, but we've been to most places. So there's a reason why we travel overseas, and that's because we've seen Australia already. But for people who haven't been to the Whitsundays is exactly the same as Hawaii without tipping. And it's cheaper for you because the Aussie dollar is about 50 cents. So you can get everything for virtually nothing. And the price is the price. So we can do a whole show about the Whitsundays because I've been there. We went there for our 20th anniversary, Hamilton Island. What did you call it? A silver sea destination. Have you been there?
I have not.
But you've
Not.
obviously heard of it. It's on your bucket list.
Lovely. So many things are on my bucket list, Keith. I can honestly, I can just tell you right now.
Yeah. But so we were going to go to Hawaii, but it's a 10-hour flight. And one of the things I wanted to mention about what Mike had said is that I had said to my wife, Hawaii 5-0. I'm very confident this is a theme. I'm very confident. I want to go to Hawaii for my 50th birthday. And Carol said, well, I don't want to go to Hawaii anytime. Okay. But it's my 50th coming up and I want to go somewhere. So what we ended up doing for her, even though it was my birthday, we went to Mexico. Right. So then I actually had this little joke, Mexico 5-0, book 'em, Pablo. And so that's a theme. We had on my 50th, we had to go somewhere. Carol didn't want to go to Hawaii. But anyway, you got to bounce back to it. We'll keep this going, and we have been going 3 hours, so that's a good effort. So what Michael had said, using ChatGPT, ChatGPT with a simple prompt, we found your ideal client, or which you probably already knew, but
You did.
yeah. So
You did definitely.
do you factor? I really love this conversation. Did you factor in the idea of anniversaries and special moments, 25th anniversary, 50th birthday, these sorts of things?
No, I didn't. Not that is really drilled down. Now, for me, is my clientele on LinkedIn? I don't know. That's what I'm going to explore. I know where it is here, in Alabama. Now I know where they are, but where are they on LinkedIn? well, we're going to test the waters and find that out. But that is a good start in
Isn't
drilling
it?
down.
Well,
Yeah, it's
this
really
is the
good.
way I think. This is why I resonate with this. It's my 50th It's my 25th anniversary with wifey. It's my 50th birthday. If it's a family thing, it might be. Guess what? A magna cum laude at uni or at high school. The second child's just won a scholarship. That's worth a prize. When we went to Italy, this is a very important discussion. When we went to Italy, I remember you being on this call. We were in a group, and one of the people had the trip paid for. She was 21, and that was her 25th birthday present, a trip to Italy. That was her present. So
That's wonderful.
it's linked to an event. So if, for instance, it's 50th anniversary or 25th anniversary or 50 years, 60 years, I'm very, very, very confident if you do Mexico cruises to Mexico, you could get a lot of leverage out of Mexico 50. Hawaii 50. You do cruises to Hawaii, don't you?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
Can I ask you
Definitely.
if you know what for Hawaii 50 means? Do you know the history of that show?
The show, right?
Do you know what
The Hawaii
Hawaii
5
50?
show. That's what I think.
Do you know what it means?
Doesn't it have to do with the police
Yep.
officers
Do
and
you know what the title means though?
tell me.
Hawaii is the US's 50th state.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course. Right.
So Hawaii 50 is a homage to that. And there's the original version, and now there's a new one. So I know for sure. I know people like me who said, mate, that's what I was going to do. Hawaii 50. I'm going to Hawaii for my 50th. You could do a whole campaign on that. A whole campaign on, are you turning 50? Would you like to go to Hawaii? We have 50% off for the person who's having their 50th if you bring 3 other people. Go in a group, have fun. You can have your trip for free if you bring 8 people. And if you bring 20, we'll actually set up a whole deck for you, and you can sit at the captain's table every night for a week. So, when you celebrate a birthday, you want to feel special.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love this theme. So Michael used Chat GPT, but we could have used Copilot. We could have used Perplexity, and all he did was he typed in, "What is my ideal client? I sell cruises." That was it. That's what he typed in, and it all came out. So
Mhm.
let's keep this moving. I don't know if you've met Molka, but Molka is a very good friend of mine who's starting a new podcast. Now, I'll just be
Yeah.
very clear, Molka, this is being recorded, and I just want to let you know that just in case that's a source of embarrassment. But we're 3 hours in, so no one listens to the replay this deep. I know for sure that the replay itself gets most of its listens in the first 7 minutes, and then people give up because it's bloody too long. But what are you thinking? Did you get some value out of the show today, Molka? She's got this really nice mic she's testing out. She's starting a podcast.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Have you got a podcast, or have you thought of having one, Lynn?
Well, maybe not maybe in the future. I don't think I'm quite ready for that just yet. I think I need more equipment, Keith,
It's very interesting you say this because Molka, we're having this really interesting conversation in the back channel, and I do apologize that she's asking some really chunky questions, but I haven't got time in my life to answer them all like promptly. Big questions. And she's having quite a lot of sound problems. And most people don't know this. Most people don't think of this, but her co-host actually sounds a bit muddy, a bit sort of muffled, right? A bit what we would call dark in the musical industry. And most people don't hear this. You have to have a bit of an ear for it, and it's very, very, very important. Like, I mean, what did I read today? I sent this to Molka today. There are about 585 million podcast listeners worldwide. 585 million citizens of the world listen to a podcast at least once a week. 585 million.
Stunning.
Stunning. 500 million people, 1/16 of the planet, listens to a podcast once a week. And we can be part of that. 48% of them are male. Amazingly, 52% of the podcast audience is female. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty good win. But
Yeah.
it's about a 50-50 split. So Molka wants to come on and talk about that, and she wants to have a podcast. And there's a lot to podcasting. I've been doing it since 2008, and something you can't learn overnight. It takes a long time. It takes a long time. And I'm really quite embarrassed that I can't get to all of the questions because there's a lot of them. But one of the things I noticed was that the sound quality was quite poor by comparison. And and this is what we're trying to solve today. So Molka, come on and let's test your mic if you've got a mic. If you've got the mic, you've made the trouble of getting in. Are you there? And if not, no worries, because we've been going almost 4 hours. I might go and get some lunch. But do you want to come and speak? What's going on? You're on stage. Have you got an opening mic? Have you got a functioning mic? What's going on? I'll just do you listen to podcasts?
Hi.
Hey, you gotcha.
Thank you for taking out the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
It's no worries, but you are asking a lot of questions, and I've got to be honest, I can't keep up with all your questions because it takes a long time to get a podcast right, and you just have to be patient. So one thing we did notice though is that the sound quality overall was quite what we would call subpar. Now that doesn't matter so much, except that there are 5 million podcasts to choose from. And my job is to help you stand out in that market. So let's go deeper than sound. Who is your ideal client? Who do you want to listen to this? Who's going to listen to this? Who do you want to listen to it?
Well, right now the ideal client will probably be anybody 45 and slightly older. Because we figured that would be the age of parents, and if parents listen to our podcast, they do influence their children, and so hopefully we will be able to encourage younger women specifically to enter our field.
I love this thinking. So you've mentioned a couple of key points there. Not only are they older, they're parents. Now that probably sounds obvious, but I'm a man in my 50s and I don't have kids. And I know plenty of people like me. So you've worked out that your audience initially is parents who have kids who are possibly thinking of going into the tech space, and you want to talk to the parents about, hey, this is a good idea. This is an incredible idea, Malka. This is a very good idea.
Thank you. We figured most of the people would be around our age, so my co-host is in her early 50s and I'm, later than that. So to us, that just made sense as a starting point because we've been in tech and, whether for a long period of time or for short periods of time, we figured there's enough experience in general that can be disseminated to the younger generations who are going to definitely be heavily influenced by the changes in AI and in programming and tech in general. And then those of us that are older, that are reluctant to make the changes or slow, I guess, to make the changes, that we should be able to be an inspiration to them as well.
I love this. And what's the show about?
Right now, the show is structured around the topics of AI, robotics, and technology.
Okay. So this actually very interesting discussion because There's a very cool show in Australia, and you can Google this on YouTube because they do little shorts called the Gruen Transfer. And one thing we've noticed, a very heavy theme in Australia is that a lot of companies target parents who then talk to children. Right? Now, there's two reasons why they're doing this. One is their kids are at an age where they can make up their own mind, but they're targeting parents that they can understand what they're doing. Like some of the stuff that kids are buying just makes no sense to us at all. But it's their income. They're probably working at McDonald's or at Wendy's, or they've got a part-time job and they've got money and they're buying stuff that to us just seems quite silly. So these companies very cleverly are targeting the parents to say, look, it's okay to have this because this is why this works. This is why they're doing it. Try and understand your kids better. Be a good parent. Be a good mum. So targeting the parents of people that might go into tech, actually quite a clever idea. And so that's a very clever idea. I would never have thought of that on my own. This is what makes your show unique. You're not targeting the people who are going into these careers. You're targeting initially the parents of those people. So if that's the case, you've already worked out what makes your show unique. Where do they hang out? Where does your target market hang out? What sites are they doing? Are they reading the paper? What podcasts do they listen to and on what channels?
Okay, so that is the next question, specifically in terms of podcasts that I have not been able to completely identify. But I do know that in terms of social media, they're on LinkedIn, they are on TikTok, they are on Instagram, they are on X.
Okay. Yep. Good. Now that's very good because you could put some snippets of your podcast on there and the link to the podcast. So I'm just going to mention three major players in the podcasting field. I don't have an Apple product in my house. My wife has an iPhone for work, but we're not an Apple family. So Android users predominantly, I'm guessing, would listen to their podcasts on Spotify. Right? You can do this through RSS. You just send it to Spotify. So when I did my last survey, I think 55% of people that listen to podcasts listen to them on Spotify. I think that was the last survey. I'll see if I can find it. The second biggest one is Apple. For anyone who's got an Apple product, an iPhone, an iPad, a Mac. I'm not a Mac person. I'm not an Apple person. So I don't live in that world. But that's the secondary market. The third market, which is very, very, very interesting, is that YouTube has now entered the market to such an extent. This is so fascinating that most people, when you ask them what is a podcast, they think of a YouTube video. Can you believe it?
Mm-hmm.
They've stolen my word. Podcasts have always been audio. Now people think a video is a podcast. It's not. Well, it wasn't in the 19th century. I mean, I feel so old. When I started podcasting was audio. It was an iPodcast, right? I had listened to my podcast on my iPod. That's how the word was invented. Now someone says, I'm watching a video on YouTube. YouTube has podcasts now. No, they don't. They have videos about things. Videos are not podcasts. Apparently they are, right? That's a third market. It's what people want. They want YouTube videos about what you're talking about. But if you don't want to do video, that option's not available to you. And the fourth thing that I love, this is my favorite site in the world, is SoundCloud. You put your sounds in the cloud. Right? Mm-hmm. Now, this is fantastic for SEO because you can have a transcript of 600 words. 600 words about what the show's about. Put it in the transcript. You can find it on SEO, and I know you love SEO. And SoundCloud is just a genius idea. It's not very common. It's probably fourth, but it's very functional. And I have all my podcasts are on SoundCloud. So we're giving you some goss here, and I'm happy to answer some of those questions because you got me now. And I do apologize for not getting back to you, but it's a big field, isn't it? It's a big area.
It is. It is a really big area. And again, I appreciate you taking out the time to answer my questions. Um, yeah, it's a big jump going into audio because all these years I've done mostly I've done writing exclusively, and I did about a year's worth of videos. But now this is different. Talking to a microphone and being very aware of it. I think the thing that I've learned the most in the last year or so is just listening to your podcasts, about the different videos. I mean, excuse me, about the microphones and the importance of sound. So there's a lot to take in and try to remember.
Yeah, and you just begin. Like I did my first. I'm very happy about to tell you this story. I did my first podcast in September of 2008, 1st of September,
Right.
2008. At that time, the biggest question I had from people was, "What's a podcast?" Never heard this word before, Keith. What's this word mean? Podcast. What's this? Well, it's sort of like a
Right.
recording of the radio. Why don't I just listen to the radio? Why don't I just listen?
Yeah.
Why am I listening to a podcast when I can just turn my radio on? How is it any different? Well, okay, I'm not your mother. I'm not going to force you to watch this show. It was very popular. We listened to in 124 countries, and we had about 80,000 downloads over the history of that show. We had 108 shows, and it's still there if you Google it. It's on iTunes.
Mhm.
iTunes when it was called iTunes, and it sounded terrible, but we didn't know because there was nothing else. We couldn't compare it to anything because podcasts weren't even invented yet. Right? We sort of were trailblazing there, 2008. Like it's almost 20 years ago,
Years ago. Yeah.
and I had serious arguments with people, like really massive arguments. Why don't you just
Mhm.
come into the city, Keith, and sit in a room with people? Yep, I can do that. And I'll give you this really good example. I was in Melbourne. I live in Melbourne, and someone said, "Mate, I've got this event in the city. We're going to promote it. It's going to go off. Can you come and speak about what you do?" Yep, I can. It's an hour to get into the city, and
Mhm.
but I don't mind doing it. It was a Wednesday night. I'll do it. It'll be a bit of fun. Get my face on a poster, and it was good for my brand. And I went into the city, and the person didn't promote it. There was eight people in the audience.
Wow.
8. I said, "Mate, it took me an hour to get here." Yeah, well, shit happens, and we just didn't get round to promoting it. Well, I've just spent an hour of my life getting here, not talking about the speaking, and then I got to go home. It's about 4
Mhm.
hours of my life. I spoke to 8 people. I got to know them very well. Good on them. They got really massive value. 8 people. The next day, same topic, no traveling. I reached 1,800 people in 1 hour.
Wow.
An internet radio show in Philadelphia.
Mhm.
Same content. I didn't leave the house. I didn't have to travel. 1,800 people listened to that show. Same content.
Amazing.
And I thought, this is it. This is it. I mean, I spent 4 hours to talk to 8 people,
Mhm.
got home late. Wife was already in bed. I spent 1 hour talking to 1,800 people, didn't leave the house. I mean, it's a bit of a no-brainer. That's why I'm
Yeah.
so passionate about online. So much more time efficient for me. The content is the content, but I don't have to spend an hour on the train getting there.
Right.
Does this
I
make sense,
understand
Lynn?
that. I said I understand that. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so the field you're entering into has enormous potential. And let me just reiterate the stats we talked about today. 585 million people around the world listen to a podcast at least once a week. 585 million potential clients, potential listeners. That's what your audience is.
Wow.
48%
That's
of
staggering,
them
actually.
are staggering. Right? That's the
Yes.
potential, right? You just got to find them. Where are they? What platforms do they like? What topics do they like? Now, they might want you to talk about how to buy a new kitchen. Well, you don't talk about that. So that's 100,000 people off the radar. But if you find your niche, you've got
Mhm.
585 million potential clients, potential listeners. 48% of them are male. So you probably don't want to piss them off. Right? I don't know. But you don't want to piss off the males because there's 48% of us. 52%, which is quick calculation, about 300 million. 300 million women listen to a podcast every week. Now that's it. I mean, that's pretty exciting. 300 million women. Can you believe it? And that's pretty
No,
exciting. I didn't know this until today. So you've got a potential audience of 300 million women around the world. You could probably afford to give, because I know your show's aimed at women, you could probably afford to give the men the flick. We got plenty to talk about. We don't need to be listening to your show. We got our own shows. But you don't want to piss us off because some of us may know women that want your show. So you don't want to make it, you don't want to alienate us. But you don't
no,
need to.
that's not the intention.
Yeah. So it's very fascinating. Is this making sense, Lynn?
Yeah.
Those numbers are pretty staggering, aren't they?
They are staggering. And you know what I was thinking too as I'm listening? Malka sounds great. So, did you get a new mic, Malka?
Actually, I'll tell you what happened. This it's the first time I'm using this mic. My children are streamers. And so the mic that I'm using now is one of the children's mics. And I've been on the fence in terms of getting my own mic. But now that I've been beginning the podcast, I figured I am going to go get my own mic.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
So the one you're using is not yours.
Say that again.
The one you're using is not yours. And hello, Jane. Thanks for that comment about YouTube. YouTube is a very strong competitor in the podcasting field. Pisses me off because podcasts are for audio, but then again, the words in the world change and meanings change. But YouTube is definitely in the market. So would you get the mic you've now got, or now that you've had a little bit of research time, would you get something else?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm really not sure. I know you sent me a couple of recommendations, and I probably will go with what you've recommended me.
I hadn't heard. This is. Let me see if I can find it. The actual mic that you had, I'd never heard of, and I was a bit worried that it was a bit cheap. But when I researched it, and because I don't know everything, I mean, when I researched it, I found that a lot of people have recommended it. Like if you like it and it was pretty cost effective, you'd be okay to get one. But I just hadn't heard of it. It's a funny brand, and it has quite a good sort of polar pattern. But one of the things, we'll do a whole show about this in a couple of weeks. But one of the things if you're going to buy a mic from scratch, if you don't have one, if you buy a new one, is that condenser mics, which I think this is, are very, very good, but they pick up a lot of background noise.
Okay.
And I personally do
that
not.
Means...
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, remember last week you were recording and there was someone sort of on the phone out the back, or there was a dog barking and you had to run out and change the light bulb or the air conditioning or something?
Right.
Yeah. So this is a very good mic for what it is, because it was, I think, $54. I'd never heard of this brand, but from what I can tell, I haven't got one, but from what I can tell, it's quite a good mic for the price. The challenge is the type of mic it is. Like, and I want you to come to next week's show. This is a very important show next week.
Okay.
Americo has bought an SM58. Now, that's just a number, of course, but this is probably the world's most famous microphone. Everyone has seen this microphone at a gig they've been to. Everyone uses them. Like, these are $100. Like, these mics are $100, and you can buy them at any music shop in the world. Right? They're so popular. They're $100. And Americo bought one. Like this mic is better than what I have myself, but they're also
Mhm.
about $50 dearer. And he's going to test it. He's going to measure it. He's going to actually demonstrate it. And this is exactly what Michael was saying. That what makes this show unique is that we can talk about our challenges and we can collectively as a community find a solution. So America is going to test this mic, a Shure SM58, on the show live next week. And you'll be able to hear what it sounds like. And you'll go, you know
Oh,
what,
that's really
that's worth
exciting.
$100. Right?
Yeah,
You might
that's
think
exciting.
it's exciting
Mhm.
because a few people have said to me, this has happened on this show. I've got to be honest, Keith, I can't hear the difference. Okay, if you can't hear the difference, don't pay the extra. You
Right.
can't tell. Your ear's not tuned to it. You can't tell. Don't bother. Right? But if you can hear the difference between his mic and my mic's $69, his mic's $99. It's $30 dearer. Can you hear it? Is it worth it? It's better. It's a better mic, but it's $30 extra. Right? This is exactly what my show's about. And I'm very, very proud to say that I'm chatting to Shure microphones at the moment. And with a little bit of luck, fingers crossed, they might send me some stuff.
Ooh, that sounds
Oh,
exciting.
With a
Yay.
little bit of luck,
Yeah,
with a
that is
little bit of
great
luck, I'm putting it out there.
accomplishment.
yeah.
Yes.
There's two things that will probably happen here. One is a person from Shore, because they have an office in Singapore, which is 2 hours behind Melbourne, and they have an office in New York, I think. Someone from the company will say, look, this is the new microphone. Here's what it sounds like. I work for Shore. Here's the link to buy one. Thanks very much. And I'll come in as the representative, and they'll sell it or they'll pitch it.
Mhm.
Right? That would be beneficial because they don't have to send me anything. Right? It doesn't cost them any money. The other
Right.
option that I'm going for is send me 2 mics, tell me the specs, and I'll compare them on the show, honestly, on the show with all my listeners.
Mhm.
And that they might get that. I reckon they might get the value proposition. Well, if you've got 20,000 followers, people are buying stuff. We're going to send you 2 mics, which might cost us $300. But what sort of advertising would you get for $300? We've got about 3 seconds on the television.
Right.
You go through Google ads in about 15 minutes, not costing them much money, sort of financially. It's a bit of a lean, and I'm pushing hard, but wouldn't it be cool if, like, one day I wake up and 2 boxes arrive in the mail, and I've got a Shure SM58 and the Shure Beta 58A, and my job is to compare them because I would be perfectly suited to that because I know what I'm looking at. And then I'd
Yeah.
sort of indicate whether they are different or better or worse. This is my ideal scenario. I'm pushing hard. 30 years.
Yeah.
30 years.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
That's like
That is
Christmas
really-
morning.
It is. It's like
Yes.
that's the goal. So it's very, very interesting to me because I'm trying various angles, and it comes down to ikigai. It comes down to what I love. I love tech. I love tech. I can talk about it all day forever. We've been going 4 hours. I'm still going. No, 4 hours. I'm still going. So, and my friend Jane is always amazed by this. She goes, "How? What do you talk about for 4 hours? And what do you talk
Hours,
about?"
yeah.
I don't actually do most of the talking, as you know, because Michael was talking and Americo was talking, and Cami talked for 90 minutes.
Right.
So, if you haven't yet bought a mic, you might want to hold off until we do the special edition. Because what I'm going to do this specifically, is I'm pulling out all stops, and I'm just going to have this rock star cast. Saying, mate, I'm calling in from Atlanta, and I use a Shure Super 55, the one that looks like the one Elvis used in Jailhouse Rock. I'm ringing in, and I've got a Shure SM58, or I'm ringing in, and I've got an Audio Technica 2100. Right, I want all my best mates to come in on the show. You watch. This is going to be like the Super Edition. It's going to go for hours and hours and hours, and I want you to be able to hear. I want you to be able to hear the differences. Oh, wow. Like, for instance, I know you like retro steampunk stuff. Yeah, Malka?
Yeah, I do.
So
I
there is
love.
Shaw makes a retro steampunk mic.
Yes.
It's called the
Yeah.
It's called the Super 58 for 55. So it's expensive, but good. It looks good and it sounds good. Right
Right.
now, because you love that look, you might be able to stretch to that.
Hmm.
It has a good sound, but you can get a good sound for $100, but you can't get that look for $100.
That's true.
Right.
But
So
it's something to get.
it's a
Keep my eyes
It's a
open.
Christmas present. Right now, I don't have one of these mics, and they're very expensive, about $300. And the polar pattern and the functioning is no better than what I currently have. So I'm going to have a lot of trouble explaining $300 to wifey, and I
Hmm.
wouldn't put her through that. But I know that if you like the look of the polar pattern of the microphone, the Super 55, that chrome look,
Right.
yeah, then it might be worth the jump. Do you find, and this is a good question for you, Lynn, in the luxury market, do you find that people will spend extra if it links to a goal or a belief or a sort of a
Yes.
mindset?
Hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
people, if
Well,
they're looking for something particular, they want that particular something, you know? Absolutely.
and price is not price is only one factor, isn't it? Like a lot of
Mhm.
people don't really fully appreciate this, but uh, price is only one factor for some people that can't afford others. But
hmm,
if you're lucky enough to be able to afford a special present for your 50th or a celebration or the start of a new project, the beginning of a new era, you might think, you
Mhm.
know what, I think I might stretch to this. I might stretch to the
hmm,
Super 55. It's a very good example of what I'm talking about. The Super 55 is about twice as dear as any other mic of its similar type, but nothing looks like it. It's unique, right?
yeah,
Like a
it is.
Cadillac,
Yeah.
quite a bit like a Cadillac.
Yep.
I'm just trying to find a picture of it, but my friend Jane is in complete awe of the fact that we've been talking for 4 hours. It's not hard, Jane. This is my talent. This is my superpower. I started at 10. It's 2 o'clock. I'm still going. And there's
Oh
no
my.
shortage of things to talk about because I don't do most of the talking. If I was just here talking to you, that would be very boring. But um, I'm very excited that we've had this chat, Molka, because I was a bit worried about your sound quality. And let's
Oh,
be very, very clear. There's two parties here. There's you and the co-host.
that's
Right?
correct.
And so you both have to sound good. So if you're buying a mic and she's talking into a webcam, well, one party's letting you down. I
Correct.
can tell this. You might not be able to tell it. Maybe the audience can't tell. But we talked about this a great deal yesterday. The host sounds great. The guest doesn't. It sort
Hmm.
of drops the level of the show.
Right.
Yeah. The co-host sounds excellent. The host sounds terrible. You're bouncing off each other. You both have to
Correct.
sound good and you both have to sound equal. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
had this discussion with her yet, but it's an important discussion to have. And the reason why this
I,
is an important discussion, actually, I want to talk about this. There's a thing called the proximity effect. This is very important. I want to
mhm.
talk about the proximity effect. So, with a microphone, you have the ability to get closer and talk softer but louder, and
Mhm.
you have the ability to put it far away. You have an ability to be loud but soft and far away and hollow. But the microphone gives you complete. This is called the proximity effect. So
Right.
you get up closer, you get silent in your mind, and you think, I'm just right here. I'm in the moment. I'm talking. I got it. We're really zoning in.
Mhm.
Whereas if you talk on your laptop, you sort of go, oh well, look, I don't mind. We're just talking. It's a bit of fun, and you can hear me, but I'm far away, and it's a bit muffled. Sounds like I'm talking in a tunnel. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Just
Okay.
like when you talk. This
Ooh.
is exactly what it sounds like when you talk into a laptop.
Okay.
You know, when I talked about how it sounded muffled or soft or thin,
Yes.
it's that. But the power of having a microphone, and you might need to convince your co-host to get one, is that you can think, okay, I've got my microphone in my hand. I
Right.
haven't changed seating. I haven't changed the house decor. Haven't put any new gadgets in the house. All I've done is picked up a microphone and put it near my mouth. And that
Right.
simple act means that, wow, I'm going to pay attention. I can hear him. Is there something coming? He seems to he seems to be leading me somewhere. It's much more engaging, right?
hmm
Now, I think this is exactly what makes my show unique. I've been watching 100 videos at the moment about all these different mics, and they're all the same. Here's the SM58. Here's the Samsung QQU. Here's the Audio Technica. Can you see it? Here's the specs. Why don't you buy one? Here's the link. Right? They're all the same.
Right.
They're all the same. It's usually a guy in a black t-shirt, and he's surrounded by tech. You watch them. There's a theme, right? They're all good. I
Yes.
wish they were my mates, but and they're all good and great work, but they all look the same. And there's 100 of them. I don't need to be that guy. It's already been done. I don't need to do that. I'm not adding any value in that market.
No,
Right.
and don't do it. What you do is so special. You just need to keep at it because
Yeah.
it is unique. It's
It's
unique.
unique,
Yes.
isn't it? There's no other
Mhm.
show in
Yes,
the
it
world like
is.
it.
hmm
I'm
But you've
so
always had
proud.
good, very unique shows, and you've always had a very unique perspective, and you've always been very, very curious, which is
Yeah,
what makes
it's the
all of your shows
curiosity.
really good.
There was a song here by a band called the Little River Band called "Curiosity Killed the Cat," which is of course
Yes,
the
I
case.
remember that.
Curiosity killed the cat. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
I know where it's at. It's about 1978. Glen Shorrock. Little River is a little town near Melbourne. Little River Band. Anyway, so Carol comes home one night. She goes, Keith, that's not the song. It's Curiosity Killed the Keith. Curiosity killed the Keith. Because she says, you just have so many questions, Keith. I've never met someone so curious as you. You always got an angle. You never stop learning. It's not something to be embarrassed about. She finds it a bit annoying sometimes, but I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud that I'm a curious Keith.
Mhm.
That's
I
a
just
good
never
one.
stop learning.
Yeah.
So that's why I can talk for 4 hours, because I could talk for another 4 hours. My highest score, and I haven't beaten it yet, is 6 hours, 600 people.
Oh my
600
goodness!
people live on the call
Wow!
for 6 hours. Can you believe it?
Wow!
Right? That's my record.
Amazing.
But I'm not going to do that today. It's 2:00 here. We've been going for hours. I hope that's answered some of your questions, Molka.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and
So, I have had the conversation with my co-host, and I think right now the solution that I'm going to try, probably later in a few hours, is to record on different tracks. So on her side, she'll record herself, and then the call, and then on my side, I'll be recording myself. And I'm hoping that the microphone differentials, the differences in the quality of the mics will not be that much more apparent.
can Core Bridge do that, or do you have to use a different piece of tech?
Right now, the call itself is on call bridge, which is a little bit strange because I noticed today that there's like a hiccup while it's streaming. It's really weird, but the recording software is OBS, and on my side, I will either use OBS or Audacity.
Okay. All right. So you're using Call Bridge to do the call to connect with your friend, and you're using
Correct.
OBS to record it.
Right. I'm thinking still restream because I was thinking it might work. But then again, it's not really the visuals or after the audio.
I think you can do better. I mean, let me have a quick chat about this. Um, I would personally, I would not recommend that combination, but I'm sure if you're up for it, it'll work. You're using Call Bridge, which I've never heard of, but I'm sure it's fine, and you're using OBS, which many people have heard of, but it's very hard to use.
Mhm.
Riverside.fm is purpose built for recording audio for podcasts. That's what it goes to market as. That's its unique selling proposition, right? It's HD quality sound.
Right.
It also does video, but that's not what it's selling. It's selling high definition sound. Riverside.fm. I don't use it, but I know a lot of people who use it. And the reason
Right.
why they use it is because every guest gets their own channel. So if someone coughs or they're sounding terrible, you can fix their sound and without having to fix your sound. Right? It's
Right.
very, very good. Right. And if you can't afford that, because I think it's $50 a month, you can use Zoom.
Right. No,
Zoom.us.
Zoom we didn't want to use.
You didn't want to use Zoom?
No, for some odd reason, my co-host didn't want to use Zoom. And what Riverside is doing, giving each voice a channel, is essentially, I, I guess I was trying to simulate that the way by using OBS and Callbridge. Riverside, we'll see. I mean, it's not a matter of the money for us. It's just a matter of wanting to choose a different software.
Yeah. No, that's
So,
I haven't heard of that combination you're using. I'm really interested to see this. The reason why Riverside is powerful, I don't use it. I'm an advocate of it, is that it's easy to use and you get the audio straight away. You don't have to extract it.
okay.
So Riverside is purpose built for recording audio recordings. Right. You
Right.
can also do it on Zoom, which is not that bad, but it's a bit clumsy. You get an
Mhm.
audio and you get a video track, but it has to download and it does take a bit of time. And the quality, from what I've been told, and I can hear it myself, Riverside has better quality than Zoom.
Mhm.
But Zoom is cheaper, and obviously everyone's heard of it. Even my dad, who's 88, which is the symbol that we've reached threshold. So, but I love this idea. Call Bridge. Why did you choose it? I'd never heard of it. Why did you call it?
Actually, she chose Callbridge because it's a software that she uses with her clients.
Okay.
So
it's
a
like
lot of her
Zoom, is it?
clients are not with right, and because both of us are in two different countries, Callbridge, I guess, made sense. It was better than using WhatsApp.
Oh, 100%
So,
better than using WhatsApp. Come on.
yeah.
There's no way in the world I'd recommend that service. But okay, so
After that,
callbridge.com has similar pricing to Zoom. That's okay.
Right.
It's a very similar. I've never heard of it, but it looks like a cool product. There's 100 products in any category, isn't there? There's 100
yes,
different car brands. There's 100 microphone brands. There's 100 restaurants selling Indian food. I've never heard of this brand, but it looks all right. Callbridge.com. Why did you decide on OBS? That's the big question.
OBS is a program that my son actually recommended to me. He uses Adobe something. I think it's Adobe
Acrobat.
Solutions or something.
Adobe Acrobat.
Not Acrobat. He uses Solutions or
Audition.
something for his
Adobe Audition.
Adobe Edition, is it?
Audition. Adobe Audition.
Audition. Yes, Adobe Auditions. So I was looking for something that would be easier for me to use without having to go through a large learning curve. And I'm already familiar with Audacity. So my son said, "Okay, well, OBS will be the next best thing for you."
Yeah, and if he's using it, he
So,
can teach you. Yeah.
yeah, he uses it. So,
OBS is too hard for me. Like I can't use it. I just can't. I can't work it out.
It made me
Uh-huh.
cry. So
It did.
I can't work it out.
it did.
But a lot of people use it. It's free. It's free.
Yeah, right.
Well, you know me, now I'm in the chat business, so I look at all of the free or chat based programmed programs, So I am quick to try them out.
Yeah, this is good. I'm really keen to hear how this sounds, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure if your co-host is up for challenging herself on sound, but between you
No.
and me, as someone who's got headphones on, her sound is a little bit subpar. Now that might not suit her, and I hope she's going to hate on me for that. But for me, listening as a neutral force,
Right.
there's a bit of a weak link going on there with her sound, and
Okay.
that might not bother her or you, but it bothers me.
Oh, no, it bothers me because I really want to put out the best product that I possibly can. And part of the problem is that I stress over these things, like because so I'm always asking, okay, is this good? Is this good? Is this good? And I know that you mentioned to me, okay, no, you have to do something about that sound. So that is really my primary objective right now. My first 2, maybe 3 episodes may not be that great, but my intention is to make it as best as I can with what we have now and really do my best to encourage her to make some changes so that we can put out a really top-notch product.
When do you start the first show?
Our first show is supposed to be released this week Friday at between 6 and 7, and we are going to be uploading it onto rss.com. So from there, it'll get pushed and distributed to the other, all the platforms.
Okay, great.
Yeah, let us know. We'll actually
Yeah.
we'll help you promote it. We're all friends
Okay.
here, and we're all sort of working on this stuff together. Um,
Okay.
I
Thank
actually
you.
asked Jane jokingly, should I go for the record? But I'm not sure I should.
No.
It's 2:15. Really should have some lunch. I just
Yeah.
want to let you know we've got 150 comments in the last hour and a half. That's pretty cool.
Oh, congratulations.
Very,
Woo.
very cool. I haven't checked the actual numbers, but yesterday's show, which was very impromptu, has already had 500 views. 500.
Wow.
Now, these are numbers we can take to the bank. I know for sure. I know for sure that if I do this show on YouTube, I'm probably going to get about 10 views. I know this because I've done it for a year. You get nothing. It's very, very, very difficult to get YouTube views. Very difficult. But yesterday's shows had 486 views. The show today has had 163 views so far. We're still going. So 163 views live, 150 comments. I reckon that's a bit of a win. I reckon I can give
Yeah.
myself a bit of a pat on the back
That's
for that.
great.
We've had
That is
we're
tremendous.
almost at 200 comments, 190 comments. Can you believe it?
Wow. That's amazing.
Depending on what resource I'm looking at. So, if you want to know a bit more, and if you're listening and you think, "Geez, these shows go a long time," I want you to go to my SoundCloud account. In fact, Mulker, I want you to do this. I want you to go to my SoundCloud account and listen to these shows. They're 5 minutes each. They're very high quality. This is the quality we're aiming for. Right? They're very
Okay.
high quality. They're made with Google Notebook.
Oh, okay.
A very, very cool piece of tech. And if just in case you want to know where I am next, I do 2 shows a week now at whereiskeithtoday.com. So I'm going to go and get some lunch and just sort of move my body. I've been sitting in a chair for 4.5 hours. Better sort of treat myself. So I'll see
Yeah.
you next week. We've got a couple more shows coming, and thanks so much for all your support.
All right. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you, Keith.
walking me through this and putting on a great show for us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Keith. We learn something every show. Every show. Thank
Yes.
It's such a great format, isn't it?
you.
Yeah, it
Yes.
is. Thank you again.